A very good morning, everyone. I, Chavi Tiwari, student of Amity International Business School, Noida, Uttar Pradesh, would like to welcome you all at the third International IEEE Conference of Computation, Automation, and Knowledge Management. ICCAKM 2022 is being organized with the prime objective to bring together research scholars, practicing scientists, and industrialists from across the world, and also from wide spectrum of engineering and management domains onto a common platform for strengthening the industry academia bond and enhance collaborative and meaningful research on issues of current relevance. To organize experts talk by domain experts of global ambience through interactive webinar for a panoramic overview on advances in their domain. This conference session will focus on the major issues of threat detection, deep learning, IoT-based devices, blockchain solutions, and long-term effective associates with it. ICCAKM 2022 is organized in a hybrid mode this year, where the physical presentation are taking place at Amity University campus in Dubai and online presentations are taking place in Amity University campus in India. This year, we received around 240 papers, out of which best 45 papers are shortlisted after a rigorous screening process. In this session, we have 10 authors who will be sharing their research work with us. Amity International Business School endeavors to be an institute committed toward innovation, knowledge, sharing, openness, and entrepreneurial skills for developing global managers. AIBS shall continue to hold passion for knowledge, teamwork, and caring attitude to develop all-around personality of students by making them not just excellent professionals, but also good individuals with understanding and regard for human values, pride in their heritage and culture, a sense of right and wrong, and a yearning for perfection. Artificial intelligence is shaping the future of humanity across nearly every industry. It is already the main driver of emerging technologies like big data, robotics, and IoT. And it will continue to act as a technological innovator for the foreseeable future looking toward this. I introduce the theme of this session, that is application of artificial intelligence using machine learning, deep learning, and beyond. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to welcome our expert knowledge management chair for this session. Before starting with this session, let me take the honor to brief about our chair, Dr. Manish Kaur Saini. Dr. Manish Kaur Saini is currently associated with the Department of Electrical Engineering, Deen Bandhu Chotu Ram University of Science and Technology, Sonipat, Haryana. His field of interest include digital signal processing, power quality, battery management system, image processing, and power system. He started his career in academics from Amity School of Engineering and Technology in 2006. In the field of research, he excelled in various domains. He has been the author of more than 100 papers in different journals, an international conference, and book chapters of reputed publishers like Springer's and IGI Global. He is the member of many reputed institutions, that is IEEE, Indian Society for Technical Education, Institute of Engineers India, International Association of Computer Science and Information Technology, Singapore, International Association Engineering Hong Kong, and the Indian Science Congress Association India. He is the reviewer of various SCI index journals, IEEE, etc., and more than 5 international conferences, 1 Australian patent and 2 Indian patents awarded to him are other feather in his cap. 3 Indian patents have been published. He is one of the research in the field of renewable energy global innovation. He has contributed in many ways. He has been the organizing member of 3 international conferences and more than 10 workshops, FDPs. He has chaired many technical sessions in international and national conferences. He has been the distinguished speaker in many workshops outside and within the Patent University. He has been continuously guiding BTech and MTech and PhD students. 3 PhD theses, around 40 MTech dissertations, and 15 BTech projects have been complete multiple domains, whether it is administrative, academic, or research. I welcome you, sir. Our second chair, Dr. Bijoy Kumar Mandhan, Associate Professor, PhD from National Institute of Technology, NIT, Durgapur. Sir has done MTech in Computer Technology from Jadavpur University, BTech in Computer Science and Engineering from Government College of Engineering, and Ceramic Technology and Diploma in Computer Science and Technology from Central Calcutta Polytechnic College. Possessing 15 years of experience in teaching and administration group of institutions. He had been also associated with Chinsura Institute of Management and Technology for 3 years. He published 3 patents, 45 papers in international journal, including SCI and Scopus Indexing Journal, 4 textbooks and 3 edited books with national and international publishers. He is also a member of various professional bodies like Indian Society of Technical Education, International Association of Engineering Society, ORCID, Computer Society of India, Web of Science, Scopus, IFERP, Publance, and editor board of international journals like IJC and WMC, ASTSJ, IJERD, ARSEM, GRDJE, IJASR, OJCST, IJHT, etc. He has been appointed as member of Technical Program Committee of many international conferences like ICAA-IML, BTech, TechMet, ICON IC, YCSE, MIDAS, SMART, DSC, ICMISC, ICRTC, etc. He is also guiding PhD student under Macaut. He also organized many one-week FDPs founded by Government of India with collaboration with NIT Patna, international conference, seminar, workshop, etc. He is also awarded as Best Researcher Award in 6th International Scientist Award 2020 of Engineering, Science and Medicine, Chennai, India. He is also awarded for Swami Vivekananda Excellence Award. He is also indexed for World Scientist and University Ranking by AD Scientific Index 2021 and 22. I welcome you, sir. Also, we have chair with us, Dr. Lavleen Gaur, Dr. Priyanka Malik, Dr. Vinita Sharma. I am thankful to everyone to join us for the session. Authors, kindly please make the note that your presentation for this session will be judged and marked on the basis of relevance of 10 marks, quality of 10 marks, technical inclination of 10 marks, presentation of 10 marks, novelty of 10 marks. I repeat, relevance of 10 marks, quality of 10 marks, technical inclination of 10 marks, presentation of 10 marks, novelty of 10 marks. Each team can take 20 to 25 minutes to maximum present their work. And there will be a short 5 to 10 minutes question answer round after the presentation. Please ready with your presentation. Before starting the presentation,
I would request Dr. Bijoy to speak for 2 minutes. Dr. Bijoy.
Good morning, madam. And good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure to
Dr.
hear.
Bijoy, can you hear me?
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Yeah. Thank you, everyone. And good morning. It's my pleasure to hear for the session chair. It's a wonderful conference. My best wishes to all the panelists and presenters. Thank you and best of luck.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Bijoy. Now I would request if Dr. Manish Saini, if he can give 2 minutes talk, he can address the students. Dr. Manish.
Good morning to all the students over there, and Madam, good morning to you also, and good morning to all the dignitaries present in the conference. Uh, the conference theme is quite good. That is a computation, automation, and knowledge management, and it is a new era in the today's world. As far as knowledge management is concerned, it is quite fetchy topic for the today's management area, and computation and automation is the backbone of AIs and machine learning. And as far as the other engineering fields are also available there, like electrical engineering and the electronics and the mechanical engineering. So these are these two words can fetch the engineers in that particular field, and more work is going on in that area. So I'm just quite feeling good about that conference, that this theme is can give the chance to the new researchers in the field of engineering to present their work. So I'm thankful for inviting me also. So it is a good presentation, and thanks. And hope the good talk will be there and the good discussion will be there. Thanks. Thanks, ma'am. Thanks to all.
Thank you, Dr. Manish Seni, for your words. You have actually truly said that, yes, it is the backbone of the, new era nowadays. Without computer, we cannot survive, and all this artificial intelligence, machine learning, they are actually becoming the very important aspects of our life nowadays. So over to you, Chavi, now. I think we can start with the presentation.
Thank you, sir. Before I close the express my deepest thanks to our founder, Chancellor Atul Chauhan, sir, and our group vice chancellor, Professor Dr. Gurinder Singh, sir, for their continuous motivation and support. It all has been possible only because of their vision, motivation, and continuous support. Starting with the presentation, I would like to invite our first presenter, Paper ID 2006. Topic: K means clustering using fuzzy C means based image segmentations of lung cancer. Over to you, Paper ID 2006. It is compulsory for all the presenters to on their camera during the presentations. Over to you, Paper ID 2006.
Shazia?
I request Shazia to present their paper ID 2006. Ms. Shazia to share the PPT. I request Ms. Shazia to share her PPT and start with the presentation.
Shavi, you may like to call another presenter if Ms. Shazia is not able to join.
Okay. So continuing with our next.
Ms. Shazia, are you there? Are you facing any problem in joining or sharing the screen? Shazia, kindly check your technical issues. So by the time we will call another participant.
Moving towards our next participant, I would like to invite paper ID 482, Dr. Shalini Srivastav and team. Over to you.
Yes, ma'am, I'm sharing my screen.
Kindly unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now? Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible. You're audible.
All right. So I'm just sharing my screen. Give me 2 minutes. Should I start?
Sure, you can continue.
Okay. So good morning, everyone, all the panelists over there. I'm Dr. Shalini Srivastav, and I'm presenting this paper along with my colleague, Dr. Anubhuti Gupta. The topic of my presentation is psychological biases in financial investment behavior. So this paper is regarding the impact of AI in financial investment in relation to behavioral finance. Now, what is behavioral finance? Behavioral finance is basically that when we are talking about the stock market or when we are going for any investment, it is seen that we have plans. We are planning about some other investment, and we end up having some other investment. So this is something which is very natural, which happens with investors, when they are looking for any investment. So why it happens? What is the reason why it is happening that you are looking for a company like Reliance to invest, and then you scroll your account and then you see, oh, LG is doing good, or the other company is doing good, and you end up investing in some other company. So there is an impact about this kind of a thought process happens because of your psychological behavior, because of your understanding of that particular concept, and your thoughts which are going in the mind to invest into a particular sector of your interest, right? So am I able to change my PPT? Can you all see the PPT changing? Okay, so this is what is the basic crux of this paper. So what we have done is we have tried to done a financial research on the impact of behavior in relation to stock market, and what is the impact of AI in that particular area. So behavioral finance is a new area of financial research that mainly finds and explores a human behavior which affects all the investment decisions. Let's take a small example. If we don't talk about the stock market, we talk about a day-to-day behavior when we go to a market for any purchase, right? So we already had a list of items when you go for any purchase in a market that we have to buy X, Y, Z things, and we have a specific amount of funds with us when we go to a market. But the moment we enter a market, we start, doing the window shopping. We start scrolling the market here and there. We start visiting various shops. We find that, oh, there are certain more things which we can look forward to or we can purchase. And when we come back home, probably it happens that whatever we are having in our list of items, we're not able to purchase all of them. We have purchased something more than that, or we have minus the list, the items in the list, and we have added something else which we are not having even planning to buy before going to the market. So when we reach a particular place, we have a change in our thought process by looking at various products and we purchase them. So what we are doing, we are basically investing our money into something which we like at the very first instant. No matter how much we have already planned that what we are going to do, when we go for any further investment. The same thing is applicable in stock market. we see that a particular bent of shares, they grow, they are actually giving a lot of profit in the market, they are having a main impact on the growth of the stock market and the growth of the Sensex. But there are certain sectors in which we are majorly inclined towards too. So what we do is that when we go for any investment, we try to see the sectors of our choice. So our human decisions or our investment decisions is basically based on our behavior or our thought process. And it is also seen that when we do something which we like doing in terms of financial investments also, it may end up having good results. So the fundamental basis of behavioral finance is mainly the psychological factors which affect the management decisions, right? So if we are investing a particular amount into a company, if we are purchasing bonds or we are purchasing any kind of security, so in that case, we actually see that the psychological impact of our thought process has really made a major change in the decision making of that particular company, and it has ending up having a lot of profit. The goal of establishing behavioral finance is to better understand why people make specific financial decisions and what those decisions means for business. So the main objective of this particular concept is only this, that how much financial decisions people make as per their psychological behavior or as per their thought process, and how much decisions they make by taking a practical thought process, by looking at which company is actually growing in the market. So how much is the impact of your psychological behavior, and how much is the impact of the practical scenario which is there in the market, right? So it is basically a combination study of your thought process as well as what is actually the status of the market. It is seen that emotion always overcomes the intelligence of people and also helps in taking accurate management decisions for better investments in stocks. So by emotion over here, I mean our interest over a specific industry. Like there are certain people who are interested in, suppose, automobile industry. So we always keep a check that what are the new vehicles coming in, what is their price, what is their benefits, what are the various extra features they are coming up with, because we are interested into that particular sector. It does not matter we belong to which domain, what is our profession, what do we do, does not matter. It is a particular area in which we are interested. So it is more about interest. There are certain people who are interested into manufacturing, what new products, commodities are coming into market, especially household like homemakers, the like women who are basically looking for what new items are coming in the market related to their house, related to the kitchen, related to the household. So they are majorly into the focusing towards the manufacturing sector. Some people are interested in the FMCG sector. Some people are into electronic sector, IT sector. So that is your interest. So this particular word emotion over here, we mean that what is your interest in which particular automobile, and it does not matter that what is your domain or what profession you belong to, or even if you are a homemaker, it is absolutely fine with it. But yes, because your investment decisions also matter, in the family. So it is basically your interest over that particular thing. And it is seen that if you work on your interest, right, it overcomes the intelligence of people, right? So if you are thinking, if you are seeing that, okay, a particular FMCG industry is doing very good, a particular company in an FMCG industry is doing very good, right? So the shares are going to rise, the market is going to rise because it has been doing good for the last 2 months or 3 months. The prices are continuously increasing, and the last 6 months also the relationship was very good, of that particular share. So if we think analytically, we will say that, okay, yes, that is the right investment we should go for, because FMCG is the most upcoming sector. If it keeps on growing, it is something just much in demand. But psychologically, if we start looking at our investment, then we will definitely look to the sectors of our own interest. Maybe FMCG is something that does not attract me so much. So we may look for some other sector, some other industry sector, which is of my own interest. And we will say that, okay, if I have to, they make an investment of say rupees 1 lakh. So probably 50,000 I may invest in the sector which is growing, suppose FMCG sector which is growing, and maybe 50,000 I can invest into the sector of my own choice, or maybe 70-30 or 60-40, depending on the ratio which I want to invest. But I would definitely put some money into the sector of my own interest. Maybe it is a risky investment or it is a non-risky investment. That is a different chapter altogether. But emotion over here means that we are trying to take a management decision. We are trying to take an investment on the basis of our likes, on the basis of our thought process, on the basis of our interest. So it overcomes the intelligence of people and also helps in taking accurate management decisions for better investments in stocks. So as per the study, it is seen that when we talk about our emotions, when we invest as per our emotions, the kind of investment we do are more accurate, or we end up getting more better results. It is also possible that we don't get better results initially. We may have a slow growth into our investment, but at a later stage, or probably after a period of 6 months or 1 year, we will see that the kind of investment we have done is giving us better results, and we are able to end up having better profits. So it is something that ends up having a better result. So the objective of the study is that to grasp the fundamentals of behavioral finance as well as the different ideas and concepts that surround it, right? To understand the impact of AI in behavioral finance, to determine how investors react to
Excuse
changes.
me, Dr. Shalini, sorry to interrupt.
Yes,
Can
ma'am.
you please switch on your camera?
Yes, ma'am, it is already open. Okay, it is not open. Now, can you see me, ma'am?
Thank you.
Now is it okay? Thank you. So to understand the impact of AI in behavioral finance, then to determine how the investors react to changes in the stock market. And the fourth is to understand the impact of emotions over intelligence, right? So over here, we have done a study of emotional understanding as well as the impact of AI in that. Can you see my slide changing? Please, can you please anyone tell me? So this is a model which I have prepared in AI and behavioral finance. It is basically a understanding of the neural network, that how our mind works and how we apply the logistic functions, and mathematically we have tried to calculate it. And in this, we have taken basically two kinds of nets. One is the rank net and second is the list net, on the basis of which we are trying to explain the neural functions when any query about any investment comes to our mind. So like if we have query one, query two, any queries, so what I have already discussed earlier also, that when we are talking about any investment, we like we are saying that FMCG sector is growing and we are actually liking some other sector. So we have a bent towards automobile sector or IT sector. So what is that? How? So many queries are going up in our mind, that what we should invest, where we should not invest. So this model is the study from the behavioral finance viewpoint about investors' sentiment towards stock performances and applied learning to rank algorithms to design portfolio trading strategies. We showed that learning to rank algorithms are effective in producing reliable rankings of the best and the worst performing stocks based on investor sentiment. So this particular study talks about the investors sentiment, right? So this particular study talks about various algorithms in which we have taken two kinds of algorithms. The I don't know, there's some technical problem, or maybe I'm facing some. I'm sorry. Is my slide moving? Can you please tell me? Is my slide, am I able to?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Just give me a second. So more specifically, we use the sentiment shock and trend indicators introduced in the previous studies, and we designed stock selection rules of holding long positions to the top 25 stocks and short positions of the bottom 25 stocks according to rankings produced by learning to rank algorithms. We then use two learning to rank algorithms, ListNet and RankNet, in stock selection processes. and tested long only and long short portfolio selection strategies using 10 years of market and new sentiment data. So as I already discussed earlier that we have divided two learning algorithms. One is the list net and second is the rank net. And in this, we have two positions, the long positions, that means the stocks which are going to help to be there for a longer period of time, and they will be having that top 25% stocks. That means the companies which are doing good, and out of them, we have taken 25% of those companies and we have invested in those stocks. And short positions, that means for a short duration, that means like for 2 months, 3 months, 15 days, 10 days. And from there, we have taken another 25% stocks as per the ranking. Right. So on the basis of this study, if you see this chart, this table, we are able to create an understanding that the performance of the proposed strategies, like whatever strategy we want to propose as per our investment, we also have the benchmarks as per the different market conditions. So in a normal market condition, probably the volatility, the return, the Sharpe ratio, and the market maximum drawdown of the market is the values are given. Like can be 7.25, the benchmark for the return percentage, can be 2127, can be 0.34 as the ratio, and 55.19. But if the volatility increases, the higher the volatility of the market, the returns automatically gets reduced, right? So higher volatility, that means higher fluctuation in the price of the share, higher fluctuation in the market, the price, the return will automatically be reduced. So we cannot have a positive benchmark in that case, we have a negative benchmark. If the low volatility is there, in case of low volatility, the benchmark it increases because at least we have certain stability into our process. Like if we have a stock and the value of the stock is having a stable growth for a certain period of time, so in that case we may have a higher return percentage. We can expect a higher return percentage. But if it is continuously fluctuating, the return percentage actually reduces. So this particular chart talks about that how we can understand and how we can study the position of return, into a long investment and into a short investment of stocks. We have also created some hypotheses in this paper. So the first hypothesis which we created, or the main hypothesis which we created, was that investors' behavior does not change whether a stock is losing money in the market versus when it is making money in the market, right? So it means that what we have tried to create is that there is no change in the thought process. If you are losing money, there is no change, or if you are making money, there is no change, which is actually a rejected hypothesis, and it is not true, because when you lose money in a stock market as an investor, definitely it impacts your behavior, and even when you make money in the stock market, it also impacts your behavior, right? So when we're talking about psychological biases, this hypothesis was rejected, and it was tested by a chi-square. We have taken a random sampling of around 200 samples. So in terms of investments, just to conclude this particular concept, in terms of investment, majorly the investors prefer stability in their returns, irrespective of the fact that the prices are lower. So this is what we analyze, as we earlier said, that the investors are actually having an impact on the profit and loss of the share. And what an investor wants, they want stability in their return. They want a fixed amount at regular intervals of time. This is the reason why we also go for the concept of options and futures in stock market, right? Why? Because we want a stable return. So investors are not looking for very high growth. They don't want very excessive profits in a very short period of time, and then major losses again in the next span. So they're not looking forward for that fluctuation. They're looking forward for a much stable return than a higher return and then a lower return. Losing investors will rather gamble and cling on to a stock in the hopes of a price gain, demonstrating that investors are often risk takers, right? So if this particular point means that when we are losing into the stock market, we always have a thought process that yes, whatever money we have lost in the stock market, we need to regain it in some other investment or in some way or the other. So we try to take a risk of demonstrating or getting a better return from some other investment from the stock market. So it is basically that we are risk takers, but we are not risk takers to the extent that we are always looking for a higher return or a very high loss, right? So that means that investors are not aggressive investors. They are basically moderate investors who can take a certain or a suitable amount of risk up to a certain extent. They are not aggressive that every moment they're going to take very high risk. So high risk concept is not applicable in this scenario. Majorly, the investors invest a greater part on stock and they prefer to sell a large part of the losing stock. Reinvest the amount and some other stock is a rational decision on their front, right? So this particular point means that what investors normally think when they come to psychological biases is that they try to reinvest the same amount what they are able to gather from their investment. Whatever amount they are able to earn in terms of profit, they try to reinvest that amount and regrow that money in some other way, rather than investing some other money into the stock market and then ending up having a risk of earning losses. So they believe in reinvesting and they say that it is a rational decision to just keep simply circulating the same money in the stock market or making money from money which you invested into the stock market. So this is what is the third biases thought process. The majority of investors believe that if the Sensex was showing an uptrend and downtrend for consecutive 3 days, and the market will either continue in the same direction or reverse. Yes, a 3-day is a day, it's a duration which we study as an investor. So when we talk of the behavioral investments, and we talk about looking at the trends, the uptrend, that means the market is doing better, or the downtrend, the market is not doing better, for consequently 3 days, right? So in 3 days, we analyze that what is the position of a stock. Is it actually the same, having a stable growth for a period of 3 days, or it is having a unstable growth in a period of 3 days? And then after the period of 3 days, we try to understand that how the market is going to perform, in the next times to come. So the market will either continue in the same direction or it may reverse. It can happen after 3 days. It is not necessary that we have to take 3 days only, or 3 days is a borderline which has been decided by the people, or it has been written somewhere that 3 days is a benchmark in which you can study the consecutive trend. It is basically a benchmark made by the investors itself, right? Because they cannot see the position of the stock, they cannot analyze the position of the stock on the daily changes in the market. So 3 days is considered to be a safer duration, not very high, not very low, to understand the position of the share in the stock market. So it is made by the investor itself. It can also exceed, it can also be reduced to 1 day or 2 days, depending on your thought process as an investor. So so it is totally an investor's decision where he wants to invest, he or she wants to invest their money into and how they want to invest. Because investors can be categorized into various categories. They can be aggressive investors, they can be moderate investors, and they can be conservative investors. So depending on their thought process, a standard of 3 days has been created, and it can also change as per the likes and dislikes of the investor. Investors who are losing money would rather gamble and cling onto a stock in the hopes of a price increase, demonstrating that investors are risk takers. So this is thing that we always want, that we should be able to invest in a way that we are not getting losses in the stock market. We end up having profits. So we take a risk up to an extent that we should be able to end up having a profitable return. So this is all from my end. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Shalini. Now I take honor to invite our chair, Mr. Abhay Bansal sir, Head ASET, Director DICET, Amity School of Engineering and Technology. Welcome you, sir. I request you to add your motivational words to our audience. Over to you, sir.
Let me correct, sir, Dr. Abhay Bansal, not Mr. Chavi. We welcome you, sir.
Sorry, sir.
Thank you, Chavi, and thank you, Dr. Vinita, for inviting me as a session chair. It's a wonderful opportunity I could see for the students when they're coming and presenting their paper, doing networking with the scientists. It's a wonderful opportunity, and I'm sure all speakers all paper presenter, they're going to take full advantage of this opportunity by attending world-class conference, which is third international conference on latest technology. And there are few students who has gone from India and they are in Dubai, and I'm sure they are having wonderful stay at our Dubai campus, which is a world-class infrastructure. And many, because of hybrid, could not attend face to face. I'm sure whenever opportunity comes, we'll be more than happy to invite them to attend face to face and share their idea and concept during next conference we are going to organize in Dubai. So with this, I welcome all the speakers, participants, and contributors who have taken faith on this conference and submitted their paper, which are going to be IEEE get Scopus listed. And I'm sure it is a very good beginning for all researchers to publish their paper in IEEE conference, which get Scopus indexed. And I'm sure such research which all are doing, I'm sure they'll do in such a way that these research must have a social impact. So with this, thank you, Chavi, and I request you to kindly follow this session, and we look forward to listen all the papers presented by the authors. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now proceeding with the session, I request audience and chair to have question with Dr. Shalini Srivastava. Over to you, chair.
Dr. Shalini, I'm having one question.
Yes, sir. Please.
Whenever we are talking about the neural network based scheme, then every scheme must require the database. So what
Yes.
kind of database you use for the training purpose?
So we had a sample of, we have collected a database of around 200 samples. And in that we have, try to do, the database of the people and try to get the data from the respondents, that what is their thought process regarding when it comes to stock investment. So 200 people
Actually,
have.
whenever you are talking about the samples, 200 samples, you must discuss about the instruments you use for the sample collection. So you
Yes,
didn't
sir,
disclose any
it is questionnaire.
instruments
It is a questionnaire.
during the presentation. You didn't disclose any questionnaire and which scale you are used for the collection of the respondents' data. So you didn't disclose that.
Okay, so it is there in the paper, but I have not mentioned in the PPT, yes, of course.
Okay,
But I
fine.
have taken a collection of 200 people, yes.
So what is the methodology you used for the collection of the data?
So the questionnaire we have prepared, and then I have used a chi-square test. On the basis of the chi-square test, we are able to calculate that how many respondents are actually able to, do the investment as per their psychological behavior, and how many respondents are interested to do investment as per the practical approach of the stock market. So as per the chi-square.
What kind of sampling you use?
So it is discrete sampling.
Discrete sampling. So whenever you are going to select the discrete sampling, is there any kind of base you use for convenience or anything else?
So it is random sampling we have taken, because if we have used any base, in that case we can be biased regarding the respondents as well. So we had to, because we have to see the thought process of the respondents. So in that case, we have to take a random database, because if we start choosing, then we will probably will see that, okay, the number of investors who are looking forward for psychological investment or the practical investment we can choose it as per our own choice. So we have not done that. We had tried to take a random sample so that we get the a rough idea that how many people are actually doing what kind of investment. What is the thought process of the investors? Basically, this is what we do in our study. So in that case, we have not used any tool to select the data. We have the data, and we just take it done with the help of discrete sampling.
And have you checked the normality of the data?
No, we didn't find it important in case of behavioral finance study of this particular concept.
Thank
because
you.
our
Thank you,
thought
ma'am.
process. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Dr. Shalini. Is there any more questions from the audience or Chair?
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Yes, sir, I can hear you.
So my question is, yeah, the selection of the sampling data is very important. You use the only few hundred, it is very short data. Nowadays,
Yes, sir, because yes, sir, please continue.
yeah, yeah.
Yes, sir, because we are able to collect only 200 data. So I thought it to keep the way whatever I am able to collect rather than, getting the whatever data I was able to collect. So we try to do the analysis on the basis of that. Because what our outlook was just to understand that what is the thought process of the investor. So whatever thought process we can only get from the actual information from the investor. If we try to take
Okay.
any data from any online app, we can take the data from there also. But in that case, we will not be able to get the actual thought process of the investor, which we wanted to know from the actual data after collecting through a questionnaire.
Yeah. Selection of the data is manually or automatically random?
It is manually.
So manually, I hope that's why I genuinely we require the whole data. Okay.
Yes,
Have you
absolutely.
have you used any optimization technique for the result of calculation?
No, I have only used chi-square test just to understand the difference.
Just my suggestion for the extension version is to use the optimization technique so that you can compare with the market result and your algorithm result. Okay, so that we require for comparison. And second, regarding your presentation, when you your take slided should be justified. In the some slide you have done, but most of the sliders are the unjustified. So please align the take with justified. Okay?
Absolutely, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Chair. Thank you so much, Dr. Shalini.
Thank
Now,
you.
for further proceeding with the session, I would now like to invite our next presenter, paper ID 2020, Mr. Arvind Sharma and team. I repeat, paper ID 2020, Mr. Arvind Sharma and team. Over to you, team. Mr. Arvind Sharma, am I audible to you?
Arvind Sharma, kindly raise your hand, please.
I don't think he has joined.
Arvind Sharma, are you there? Arvind Sharma?
Arvind
Yes,
Sharma
ma'am.
is
Ma'am, voice is audible, ma'am.
Yeah.
Okay, ma'am.
Next,
Presenter, kindly.
please.
Presenter, kindly be aware of making your camera on while doing the presentations.
Yes, ma'am. I have turned it on. Is my screen visible?
Yes, it is visible.
Okay. So, good morning, everyone. So, today I'm going to present on the topic statistical review on machine learning based medical diagnostic systems for chronic kidney disease, and my paper ID is 2020. So, here are the table of contents of my presentation. So let's start with the introduction first. This is a paper regarding the identification of chronic kidney disease, and a statistical review has been done on this disease. So the identification of chronic kidney disease in its early stage is crucial to diagnose. This prediction will provide enough time for the doctor or expert for the treatment of the patient and also reduce the risk. So chronic kidney disease, as we know, it is an illness which happens when the functionality of the individual's kidney is damaged and influence the overall quality of the life of a patient. So the primary focus of this particular study is to statistically review the various proposed and developed medical diagnostic system for the chronic diagnosis of chronic kidney disease using machine learning algorithms. So in this, it is being analyzed that across the world, 1 out of 10 persons is being affected by the chronic kidney disease. Therefore, due to its high mortality rate, this disorder has gained a lot of attention. So in India, the number of patients suffering from this CKD is estimated as 1 million annually. However, the identification of CKD in its early stage allows the patient to assess appropriate and accurate therapy to terminate the further disease progression. So the detection in its initial phase, it can be done using some various medical diagnostic system made up using artificial intelligence approaches. So as we know that if we're going to design some medical diagnostic system with this emerging technology, but as we know that every wound has a flaw, the medical diagnostic system can also risk the life of a patient if it has errors such as inaccurate observations, judgment errors, incorrect knowledge, or misinterpretations. So thus the errors in these systems should be diminished by proper training and testing so that they can aid the experts in diagnosis of an ailment effectively. So various machine learning approaches such as KNN, gradient boosting tree algorithm, random forest, deep neural network, SVM, fuzzy logic, and other hybrid approaches are considered as beneficial to enhance treatment quality of CKD disease and to lower the expected errors during the time of diagnosis. So in this, this is the table which is showing the comparative study between this research and the other research work presented by the authors on the basis of journal of publication disease. As we are diagnosing chronic kidney disease, the methodology used in machine learning algorithms, and here are the classifications of the existing papers which is being done, and the comprehensive analysis of the considered articles. So in this is the comparative study of the different researchers, what they have done. So in the first paper, they have reviewed the various biomarkers of CKD disease. Along with that, this paper also presented the way of its diagnosis by using the machine learning approaches, depending on different kinds of learning. So the next paper, they have presented a literature review from 2004 to 2018 and compared the different expert systems developed by various researchers with each other. And they have concluded that the J48 algorithm has the best accuracy and performance. So the next, they have presented a survey in which the author figured out the methodology in which they help in the identification of CKD, even having multi-morbidities. In this paper, various machine learning techniques are compared with each other and recommended to use technical tools in the diagnosis of CKD. So these are the various comparisons of the different researchers that has been done on this comparative study has been done. So next is the benefit of the ML approaches, parameters of the machine learning approaches that we are. The first is that they have the capability to reduce the errors made by human calculations, and it also removes the limitation of human storage capacity. So due to the ability to make correct decisions and large storage for data, these techniques are opted in the medical domain to diagnose various diseases such as CKD. Moreover, the storage of data of each patient in a hospital according to their disease is very difficult. So the machine learning algorithms also assist the nurses in maintaining the personal data of patients secure and confidential in the form of an EHR system. So this is research in this research is selected, which assists the doctors in facilitating the patients with effective treatment and with the highest accuracy. So hence the finest method is considered to conduct this study, which is a statistical and systematic review on the basis of several pieces of evidence. So this is the literature search. In this, the considered databases having maximum frequencies are the PubMed, ResearchGate, Indavi, IEEE, and Nature. the articles having publication years from 2018 to 2022 are only selected. So the review on CKD, chronic kidney disease, artificial intelligence in CKD, medical diagnostic system for CKD, and machine learning in CKD diagnosis are some phrases and keywords that are used to search the articles. So this particular table shows the publishers of the selected papers along with their frequency of publisher. So in this, it is observed that the PubMed has more relevant articles and has a percent of 38.57. After the research has publication related to kidney disease in 17.87, and papers. CMDPA, Cadger, Willy, and other publishers also explored to get accurate and appropriate articles for this conducted research work. So selection of paper and study has been done. As we know, it is essential to select relevant as well as accurate papers for any kind of research study. So in this, the main concentration of this research work was on gathering the papers in which machine learning approaches are employed in order to make medical diagnostic systems for the diagnosis of CKD. So during the selection of articles in the initial phase, all the papers are considered based on their title and abstract and then pass their eligibility criteria. So additionally, the search work only selected those articles in which the developed methodology is used in humans. Other than humans, such as animals or plants, are not included in this particular research study. The next is the extraction and analysis of data. The extraction of papers has been done from the databases mentioned in the table and then examined on the basis of the main goals of each article. Moreover, only those papers are considered which satisfy the objective of this conducted research work. And the articles having other diseases rather than CKD utilize other approaches than machine learning and were published before 2018 are not included. So next is the results. In this is the distribution of considered articles according to the publication year. These are the years from 2018 to 2022. In this, the total number of articles that were selected was 18, and all papers were published within a time period of 2018 to 2022, that is in the previous 5 years. So the contribution of researchers to make expert system for CKD every year can be evaluated in this figure. So it is observed that the year 2021 has a high publication related to the implementation of ML approaches for the development of diagnostic systems. So, however, this work only considered the paper published till mid of 2022. So it might be the possibility that researcher will publish in 2022 and get a peak of maximum publications. Next distribution has been done on the basis of the database providers. So the database providers are PubMed, Hindawi, IEEE, DMC, ResearchGate, and others. So a total number of databases are explored to select the accurate articles as shown in the table. So PubMed has the highest contribution to this research work with the frequency 5 and the percentage 27.77. After that, Hindawi and ResearchGate contributed and has a 3 publication each, which are relevant to the conducted survey. So next is the distribution of articles according to the ML approaches. So different ML approaches like deep learning, SVM, deep neural network, fuzzy logic, KNN, random forest, gradient boosted tree. These are distributed according to the approaches that have been used according to its frequency. So it is observed that the random forest is the most frequently used methodology by researchers to diagnose the CKD, and it has a percentage of 22.22. Similarly, deep learning, fuzzy logic, decision tree, gradient boosting tree, and CNN are also used by the researcher with the same goal, but less frequently and having a percentage of 11.11. So other approaches such as SVM, deep neural network, KNN, and hybrid are also utilized in the development of expert systems for CKD. So this next figure is another figure which is demonstrating the distribution of machine learning techniques on the basis of the publication year. So as we can see from this graph also, there's the 2021 is the year with the maximum number of publications. So from the entire work done, the significance of machine learning approaches for the diagnosis of CKD can be analyzed, which is the major outcome of this statistical review. And the time period, as we have already discussed, that it is from 2018 to 2022. And this paper distributed the selected papers according to the year of publications, databases, and ML approaches. As a result, it is found that a random forest approach is the most significant to use in the making of a diagnostic system for CKD. So this work will assist the readers in evaluating the effectiveness of machine learning methodologies and provide directions to direct further investigations. So these are the frequencies of ML methodologies also. So from this figure, we can also see that the random forest is the most frequently used by the researchers. So to conclude, to get the required results, articles from the various databases from 2022 are taken into account by the users. The diverse distribution of selected papers were done to examine which approach was most frequently used in research work, which year had the most publications, and which technique has the highest accuracy in diagnosing CKD. The whole research work is beneficial and efficient because it provides the basic and thorough information about the various diagnostic systems for CKD. So for further investigation, the researchers can add the paper on image processing and other factors that are not considered in this respective research work. So here are the list of references that have been used. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Arvind. Now I request panelist, the external to ask the question, please.
Dr. Bijoy, Dr. Manish.
I'm having one question. In the today's scenario, whenever you are talking about the review paper, you have to have the a T chart for presenting the review of a paper. So, have you tried that?
So can you repeat the question? Actually, voice was breaking at my end.
So, whenever you are talking about the review paper, there should be a tree chart which can show the frequency and with the networks also. So, have you tried that?
Sir, you are talking about, sir, actually, I don't know, sir, voice, I'm facing some voice issues, sir. 1 second, I'm going to change the place. Yes, sir, please repeat, sir.
Have you tried the tree chart?
Sir, in this particular research work, no, sir.
Okay, fine. Okay, no question from my side.
As you write the review paper, have you tried to find out which area the AI, ML or machine image processing are focusing? Have you tried to find out the challenging areas?
Sir, actually, in this particular paper, we have done a statistical review on the different techniques of machine learning that have been used to detect the chronic kidney disease from the year 2018 to 2022. And this statistical review has been done, sir, and the main what we have considered the areas like according to the publishers, we have done that distribution. Then according to the publication year, in which year there were the maximum publications, and the which machine learning approach have been used the most frequently. From that, sir, we have analyzed that the random forest technique have been used frequently for detecting the chronic kidney disease. So this is basically a statistical review what we have done.
That is manually.
Sir, we have considered. So we have considered a total of 18 papers from 2018 to 2022. On the basis of that, it is shown in the presentation. In the basis of that, we have calculated the percentage.
Okay. Can you give the data? Have you data from publisher or you collect from the Google?
Pardon, sir?
Have you data collected from the publisher or from the Google?
So we have collected the previous year research papers, sir. What research have been done on this chronic kidney disease? So we have collected some IEEE papers and this PubMed research.
My question is,
And after analyzing all the papers, then
please listen to me, my dear.
yes, sir.
The question is, you gave that particular data from the publisher or you collect from the Google?
So no, sir. We have collected the papers from the Google, sir.
My dear, when you go for the survey, no, you should collect the number, whatever the data, should collect from the publisher. Because in the Google, how much is correct, very difficult to show. So my just
Sir, IEEE actually, yeah. Please, sir.
my just one suggestion, you collect the data from a genuine tool or place. Okay? Thank you.
Okay. Sure, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Arvind. Now, further proceeding with the next presenter, I would like to request paper ID 2006, Ms. Shahzia Sharma. Paper ID 2006.
I
Over
would
to
like
you,
to invite
Shahzia.
Dr. Ishu Sharma on behalf of Ms. Shazia. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. Hello, good morning, everyone.
Shaji, you're audible. Please continue.
Okay, ma'am. I am Shazia Shams from Chitkara University of Engineering and Technology. Under the guidance of SN Panda and Ishu Sharma, I am presenting the paper on K-means clustering using fuzzy C-means based image segmentation for lung cancer. The research paper aims to focus on the moral cluster production of a lung cancer in the lungs, information, and break down the presentation of segment-based calculations. This examination paper would assist the specialist with distinguishing the phases of lung malignant growth and furthermore upgrade the clinical considerations. Lung cancer in the lungs is the type of disease that has caused the most deaths in all kinds of people all over the world. A large portion of the specialists examined the lung cancer in the lung data set using calculations to track down the group among the little cell or a non-little cell lung cancer in the lungs in different stages. The most effective algorithm, namely the K-means clustering algorithms, is implemented to study these fatal diseases. The output of K-mean clustering relies on the data set and collection and the calculations utilized. The quantity of beginning the bunch is being picked up the client and the data of interest in each group is shown utilizing various varieties. Our experimental study is ideal for the patient outcome planning and care selection. Consequently, the principal and the last objective of this exploration paper are to figure out which kind of data set and calculations will be generally reasonable for the discovery of cellular breakdown in the lung data, and we are comparing the two output and execution type of a K-mean clustering with image segmentation algorithm. So now, after giving the brief of about my paper abstract, now I will try to give some introduction and the techniques used in my paper work. First of all, we used a data mining is perhaps the most system that helps business visionaries, expertise, and individuals isolate huge amount of information from a gigantic courses of action of data. Data mining is similar called knowledge discovery in databases. The knowledge revelation process consolidates the cleaning of a data, coordination of data, assurance, alertation in data for the mining operation, and evaluation of patterns. Essentially, the presentation of data ordinary looking for enormous stores of data to track down the models, and models that go past a clear assessment approach has been done through data mining. The tasks are generally divided into two phases. One is learning processes that supervised learning permits the collections of data and produces data yield from past experiences. In this similar manner, it also helps with settling various types of certifiable computation issues. However, managing the issues allows the implementation of models to determine the information that was not detected. Moreover, it oversees the data which is not properly labeled, or other words which is not labeled. That is, we have two types, that is supervised and unsupervised learning. On the other side, unsupervised learning models are categorized into two different types. A problem related to clustering to trade the data in groups. If we consider the assumption as shown in the figure, it is an issue related to association learning to find a conclusion used to depict pieces of information. For instance, folks that used to buy A go through B. Clustering has been in a variety of design and logical trains, including brain sciences and science clinical data, set clustering, computer vision, communication, and remote discussion. As shown in the figure, it is an example of a clustering using k-means. The collection of information objectives is the functional role of clustering is that it partitions the information objectives into gathering to such an extent that articles is a similar gathering or comparable, and objectives in different gathering ought not to be comparable. Information having a place in one cluster is the most comparable, and information having a support in another cluster is the most unique one. Now moving to the next slide, we have a literature survey. In literature survey, in past decade, practitioners focused on utilizing the data related to clustering algorithms, which depend on segmentation. For example, we have a particle swarm optimization, fire flow algorithm. With assistance of machine learning strategies, authors acquired the consequences of two informational indexes with the assistance of KNN and logistic regression contrasted with the choice tree, attributary backwoods, and SVM. It is likewise reasoned that precision relies upon the presentation of the informational index techniques prior to the accounting them with the testing. In the paper, the model of lung cancer in the lung disease assumption structure is made using a data mining strategies. The structure removes covered data from an irrefutable cell breakdown in the lung disease information collection, navy bases, if then rule, use of decision tree, and conjunction with the neural networks appears to be a best model used determine patient with a lung cancer diseases. Results from DT are similar to inspect and decipher. Only decision trees offer the option to devalue through the patient profiles to reach clear-cut patient's profile. Simple base perform better that DT decision tree because they could recognize all of the fundamental clinical markers. The neural networks link between creditors is simpler to comprehend. And also the authors utilized a VNet model based neural network for the lung cancer data set. The experimental set in the research work includes 64 training CT scan image. Generalized results are evaluated using the dice score coefficient. The proposed 3D segmentation could not be feasible to achieve in all kinds of scan images. Also, the authors use a neurophysi inference system for an predictive analysis task. The result achieved in the experimental set up or compared with the random forest algorithm and a neurophysi method
I'm sorry.
outcomes.
I'm sorry to interrupt. It's just a reminder to all the presenters to kindly wind up within 10 to 20 minutes. You can continue.
Okay, ma'am. Now moving to the research methodology. Uh, in research methodology, there are different clustering calculations that have been formulated by specific testers, examiners, and analysts in the field of group applications. So we have used such calculations as a high efficient and true output in their results. This exploration paper manages a portion of properties of the segment-based calculations like k-mean algorithms. In k-means algorithm, this is the most popular and convenient machine learning technique, which is unsupervised and provides solutions to all well-known problems. K-means grouping hopes to fragment an objectives into a k bundles in which everything has support pack and with the nearest mean. This method precisely delivers the various groups of the prominent qualifications. The k-mean calculations can be run on various occasions to diminish the intricacy of the calculation of information. The k-means is a straightforward calculation that have been managed to numerous trouble spots and is respectively possible to work the haphazardly created data of interest. The best number of k provoking the best parcel is not known as calculated out to be handled with the data set. So we have the k algorithm means where we can collect the data very accurately. Moving further, we have the clustering. We have the clustering for M1 and M2. Like we have started from M, and then we have constructed a boundary to start M2. Then we are detected the final boundary. In this algorithm, likewise, fundamentally delicate to the underlying randomly chosen cluster communities. This is demonstrated from time to time. Both this news and previous exploration and recurring issue for the algorithm subroutine must be discovered. Moving to the research work, the data about past work done by different specialists in the similar examination among cluster calculations are completed in this segment. The exhibition measurements of various data sets for clinical and few other related applications were examined. The fundamental objective of the examination paper is to make opportunities for the determination of algorithm data set classification to plain appropriate clinical applications in future. This work likewise thought up a basic methodology for the researchers, scientists, software engineers to choose the info boundary for cluster creation in clinical areas. This work upgrades the ethical cluster creation among lung cancer in the lungs data set. The analysts have examined the items related to computer examination of the lung in CT swabs and addresses the division of many other different respiratory structures. As shown in the figure 4, we have the principal flow of a k-means, where we have taken k2 as chosen as an arbitrary object in initial cluster center. Then we have assigned it to object to similar center. Then we have to reassign it and updated the cluster means, and we have reassigned it, then already updated the cluster means. This is the principal flow of a k-means. And in the next figure, we have used the segmentation using the cuckoo search algorithm. In cuckoo search algorithm, we have depicted the work resulted the properties of k implies calculations among different calculations, and they are utilized for speedy retentiveness of the analysts and the engineers. This work is implemented with a programming language using stimulation of MATLAB. The k-mean clustering algorithm shows better through output when compared with image segmentation. Image segmentation is a strategy wherein computerized picture is separated into different subgroups called sub-image portions, which help us in diminishing the picture to make further handling or examination of the picture less complex. The cuckoo search algorithm is appointing marks to the pixels, all image components and pixels having a place with a similar classification have finished their examination utilizing a picture division calculation. It requires a quadratic investment expected for execution. This is the significant disadvantage of the picture division calculation. So we choose k-mean bunching based approach for this work to give a improvised results. Moving to the next slide, we have a sum strengthening using the k-mean algorithm, like modestly adoptable and useful in taking care of the tremendous educational records, intimacy, and where I is finite number, emphasis k is all out number of a bunch, and n is all out number of articles. Number second, it is straightforward and executable, particularly helpful for a medical application, and the client or a developer is adaptable to change the means for their need. So, however, there is some weaknesses in it, like relevant just when the mean of bunch is characterized, not pretending to downright information. Need to determine k, the complete number of bunch ahead of a time. Result and all-word run time rely on static qualities. Now moving to the conclusion from the analysis carried out in this research paper, it is presumed that k-mean cluster strategies are appropriate for round modeled groups in small to medium sized data sets. This paper is expected to assist in gathering the necessities where an enormous number of prerequisites are disintegrated into little gathering which can be effortlessly broken down and further gathered. The performance of this partitioning based algorithms was dissected utilizing the main chosen 3 credits from the complex number of properties into info data set. It is extremely apparent from the outcomes that the computational complexity of the k-mean collection is better than that of the divisional collection for both of the dataset atoms. The k-mean clustering algorithm is proficient for lung cancer in the lung dataset with M organization. It is appropriate for the prerequisite clustering of a disease-related clinical application. The outcome and the runtime rely on both techniques. Introductory parcel. The upside of k-means is aversion to loud information and anomalies. Contrasted with the division is not declared to loud information with the k-mean clustering, but the k-mean algorithm is very consistent, result-oriented, performance-based when compared and analyzed with the segmentation algorithm. Most of the researchers and data scientists are using k-mean clustering algorithm as it is more stable and flexible than other algorithms in the medical data science. Moving to the further, these are the references of my paper which have been consulted in this aspect of my paper. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shazia. Before further proceeding, it's my honor to Dr. Gurinder Singh for his continuous motivation and support. I welcome sir and request you to give your motivational words to our audience. Over to you, sir. I request you, sir, to unmute.
Thank you, Chavi, and great to see large number of researchers. I can see Dr. Varnika Agarwal, Dr. Priyanka Malik, wonderful work by all of you. But good to see a number of presentations. I was going through the papers, very well written. My compliments to all those who are participating. Looking forward to hear and be a participant to understand that what learnings you are sharing with all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. And Chavi, please get back to the question answer round.
Thank you so much, sir.
Also, I can see.
Sure, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Now I request our chair.
Wait, Chavi, sorry, saying something? Yes, sir.
Also, I can see our external expert, Mr. Gautam, to be here. So very warm welcome to you, to Dr. Gautam and Dr. Vinita. Excellent work. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. With the further proceeding of the session, I request our chair to have questions with Ms. Shazia. Over to you, Chair.
Yes, I'm having one question. Please, can you tell me any medical application in the medical industry?
Medical, sir, please clarify your question.
Can you tell me any kind of application of your research work in the medical industry?
Yes, sir. It is used for detection of a lung cancer at a very early stage, as my research work is around the detection of lung cancer using a different types of algorithm. So I'm supposed to make a hybrid algorithm where I can detect the lung cancer at earliest stage using the different types of algorithm. And one of the algorithm particularly using in this paper is k-mean clustering. Due to its several advantages, I am using this particular algorithm in my research work.
So, how you can collect the database?
Sir, I have both discrete and a realistic data. I'm collecting the data from Google, GitHub, and there is a nearest institute that is Sikkim's presently in a Srinagar, where I can collect the data on real based data from the hospital.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. No question from my side.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Do you have any collaboration with any doctor who is working in the same area?
Yes,
to
sir.
justify your work so that in future your work can be used in hospitals?
Yes, yes, sir. There is a one renowned radiologist, Dr. Hasib Shah, and he is with a collaboration with me and is providing the real setup data from the Institute of Srinagar, Sikkim's.
Okay, very good.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Is there any more question from the chair?
This is fine. You can go to the next.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, Ms. Shazia. Moving
Thank you.
towards our next participant, paper ID 434. I repeat, paper ID 434, Mr. Sameer Pandey and team. Topic is heart failure prediction using machine learning algorithm. Over to you, team.
Hi, Chavi, can you hear me?
Yes, you're audible.
Just a minute, I'm sharing my slide.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, actually, sorry to interrupt in the between. My paper ID is 2769. So is it skipped or it will be taken afterwards?
It will be taken afterward.
Okay.
Hi, Chavi, is my PPT is visible?
Yes, Sameer, your PPT is visible.
Yeah.
Please make sure you stick to the time limit.
Yeah,
Sorry.
sure. I will make a step.
We are also joined by our group vice chancellor, sir, also. Dr. Govinder Singh, sir, we welcome you in this session. Thank you very much for joining, sir. Sir, your small words to all the paper presenters, sir, they have come from all over the world. Your address, sir, few lines from your side as a blessing to them, sir. So you can unmute, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Bansal. I have just spoken and I've appreciated all the researchers and external guides who were here. I have spoken to them just 5 minutes back, but great to see all of you once again. I think that it's such a pleasure to see when some of the brightest minds are together, going through the kind of research you people have done. One can say that India is going to be one of the best in this field. I have seen some of you have written papers which are on the diverse areas. For example, many of you have written on econometrics. Some of you have written on medical sciences. You have written on the biosciences also, integrating with machine learning. I can see the paper of Sameer Pandey, who is writing on heart failure prediction using machine learning algorithm. I think all these are wonderful topics. Yesterday, we have University of Auckland, and MIT is now working with them to create a device which can very easily detect early depression using AI and logarithmic mechanism. So I think that the conference is not only useful for research, it is also very useful to understand that how we can serve the community and can serve the society. So look forward to have more learnings from all of you. My best wishes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Samir, you
Thank
can
you, sir,
start.
for your kind words. Sir, my paper is like heart failure prediction using machine algorithm. So in this paper, I use machine learning algorithm to predict the heart failure. Like
Samir, you can
either.
do full screen.
Okay, sir.
F5 you can press.
Okay, sir. So now it's in full
Perfect.
mode.
Yeah, perfect. Please continue.
Yeah. So, sir, here are the contents. Like I will be discuss about the introduction and what the data sites I have used, and the literature review done by the previous researchers, and the existing gaps in the literature and objective of this paper, and the result and conclusion, and what we can do in the future with the, such research. So we use machine learning algorithm. That's an application of artificial intelligence that's provide a system to improve experience based upon that previous data set without being explicitly programmed. And one of the most common complication of heart disease, one of the most important common diseases like heart disease. Nowadays, according to WHO, 79.9 million cardiovascular diseases are principal, and out of the 32% of the worldwide, 32% of the worldwide people die with the heart disease, and there are more diseases like heart disease, like cancer diseases, COVID-19. So these kinds of diseases coming us commonly. So for that, we are using machine learning algorithms, so we can help a medical industry to improve their diagnosis. And the heart disease will be caused like a blood vessel disease and irregular of heartbeats and continuous heartbeats that were default by the heart problems and heart muscles weakness. And nowadays everyone is too busy in their work, they don't have time to do exercise and all, and people have high BP, cholesterol, and that is the major cause for the heart diseases. And we can prevent from the heart diseases like we can use some exercise, take healthy diet, so it will help the people who can prevent from themselves to heart diseases. And I'm going to talk about the data insights. I will collect these data sets from the Kaggle, and also I can check the same data set used by previous researchers as well. So we have like a Cleveland Hospital data set, Hungarian data sets, Switzerland Hospital, and Long Beach, Virginia data sets. So I found like there is a 1119 observations in that data sets, and out of that, 217 are the 272 data sets are the duplicate. So I finalize the data set 918 observation I use, and I use 11 columns in this, like age, sex, chest pain, and the resting BP, cholesterol. So on behalf of this, like a person have high cholesterol or high ECG report, max heart rate. So on behalf of that, we will predict like a person has a heart disease or not. So we can cure at early stage of his life. So we can save a human life. So I found like in the literature review, I found like there are various researchers, they use different machine algorithm, and the max accuracy I can found with the Chandra Reddy, it's 92.16, and they use random forest method, and they told like it's a best algorithm to predict the heart diseases. So the research gaps I found like they did not perform EDA in the right manner. So there is need to pre-process the data set, avoid missing values, duplicacy, data cleaning, and like we can use one hot encoding to convert the data sets from like if the object data set we can convert into the integers value. So we can need to pre-process the data by performing EDA in a right manner. And whatever the algorithms I use, like 5 algorithms I use, so those who have required feature scaling, so we need to scale up for the feature scaling, and after that we need to algorithm. So use like in this paper I do testing, train and the model and test the model. In the training model I use 70% on the training, and I just implement 30% on the test data set. So in this paper, the first thing we need to check our the target level is balanced or not. If our data set not balanced, then we need to make him balance and remove unnecessary column which is not used for the prediction. And we, on the behalf of like algorithm, we use the terminology confusion matrix to get our evaluation, the true positive, true negative, false positive, and false negative. Also, we use F1 accuracy. So first here we collect the data sets and we clean and prepare the data set. After that, I perform exploratory data analysis. So I can implement machine learning algorithm on that data set, and I can use visualization to show our decision what we get from that data set. So the confusion matrix I found, like I used in this paper, logistic regression, KNN, SVM, and random forest and gradient boosting. All these algorithms are classification algorithms, and it's like a true positive and true negative, false positive, false negative. So we found like on the data set 90 people, 90 is value for the true positive. Like means whatever the researchers we have implemented on the data set, we found the true positive result. Means our data set is like a we what we predict that is we get the good score, and there is a very less false positive and false negative. And the comparison of algorithm, we also use precision method, recall, F1 accuracy. And when we compare all these 5 algorithms, we found that like a support vector machine has 94.56% of accuracy. And here's our comparison table, like the graph. From the SVM, we get the highest accuracy than whatever the previous researchers done. It's a 92.16 accuracy, and in this paper I found that 94.5 accuracy with the help of SVM. The major goal of this, develop to reliable system that can use and forecast heart disease at early stage. And in this paper we use 5 different algorithm: k nearest neighbor, random forest, and gradient boosting. So we can see the minor changes in the false positive and negative data as well. And in the future scope, like we can increase accuracy as well. And my purpose for this future work for my research MTech thesis, so I am collecting the data sets from the AIG hospital in Hyderabad. So they told that once your paper is published, so we will provide you the real-time data set, so you can implement that algorithm on that data set. So and future, and I will planning to use a deep learning model on that data set as well, so we can do some better things in the medical industry. And for the other diseases also, we can write the paper and we can do research like cancer, diabetes, so we can save person from getting diagnosed with that kind of diseases. And here's the paper I took the references. Any question, panel?
Thank you, Mr. Sameer. I request our chair to have question with Mr. Sameer.
Mr. Samir, that is a good paper and a good presentation also. So you are implementing in this paper 2, 3 techniques. Can you tell me what is the proposed technique you claim for?
Sir, can you please speak a little bit loud?
That is a good presentation, and
Yes.
you presented the content in a good manner. So you are implementing, I think, 5 techniques in a paper.
Yes, sir.
So can you tell me what is the proposed technique you are claiming for?
Sir, I propose like SVM support vector machine is a good technique because we get the highest accuracy with that. And in future, I'm planning to implement deep learning on the data sets. I'm actually trying to collect the real-time data sets from the hospital. I just speak with the chair person, one doctor in the hospital, AIG hospital. So he told like once your paper is got published, come back again and I will be providing you some heart patient data set. So you can start implementing algorithm on that as well. So
You
I will
use
try.
the SVM.
Yeah.
You use the SVM for binary classification or multi-class classification?
Sir, for binary classification.
So if it is a binary classification, then how we can select the soft vectors? There are the sport vectors. So how we can select the sport vectors for SVM?
Soft.
Support vector.
Yeah.
That
So,
is a
sir,
combination of support vector when you're talking about SVM. How you can select that?
I use binary classification on the data sets. Don't.
Okay, no issue, no issue. So, have you implemented on MATLAB now?
I implemented on Jupyter notebook in Python.
Okay, fine. Have you used hardware for that also for real time?
No, sir. I use in the Anaconda install Anaconda in my laptop, and I use implement there that algorithm on the data
Okay,
sets.
fine. Fine. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Any more questions from the chair side?
Samir, what will be your next plan of action after this?
Sir, my next plan after this is like to get the real-time data set of the Indian hospitals, so we can implement that on the this machine learning algorithm as well. And I will try to learn neural network and deep learning model as well, so I can implement that data sets on those model as well. So we will check the deep learning is best or machine learning is best to predict the heart disease. And I will try to do as well on the other diseases as well once we get the real-time data sets.
Very good. All the best.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Samir.
Thank you,
with the
Chavi,
further-
and thank you, Amity University, for organizing such a wonderful conference.
Chavi, wait for a minute. Dr. Bijoy, you want to ask any question?
I have two suggestions. That a student of one device and another is you use the optimization technique for the
Sir, there is a echo at your end.
There is a lot of echo. We are not able to understand your question. Dr. Bijoy, can you type in chat?
Now you are able to hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So my two suggestions, one is you use the optimization technique first. Second, you go for the design of the device so that it can
Sir, which
easily.
device?
Okay. Otherwise, your presentation and content both are the good.
Sir, you told me like use optimization technique. I will do that. And one more thing you told me, suggest me. What is the another thing?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Abhishek, Mr. Abhishek Srivastava, you want to say something?
Yes, ma'am, I want to ask some question.
Yeah, please ask.
Yeah, have you applied like the very first valid question is like it is a binary classification problem. We cannot apply regression and SVM. And second question, have you applied XGBoost in this prediction? Like I want to ask whether have you applied?
Sir, I don't perform on that. I just use a library, SVM library, support vector machine, and I use other reference library. So implement the data set on that things.
XGBoost will give a better result, better than SVM. Do you know this thing? You have better hyperparameters in XGBoost.
Yeah, hyperparameter tuning, yes, sir.
So you can tune it better using XGBoost. So you could have applied XGBoost, and the result could be better. You could have predicted up to, up to more than that you had achieved. So that is the one, suggestion.
Thank you, sir. I will definitely note it down everything, and I will definitely publish again the paper with the suggestion you guys give me.
Okay.
Thank you, Abhishek, sir. Thanks for your time.
Okay, good work, Samir. Now over to you, Chavi.
Thank you, Samir. Now further proceeding with our next participant, paper ID 2769. Paper ID 2769, Mr. Devan Shah and team. Mr. Devan Shah and team. Topic for their presentation is sentimental analysis using supervised learning.
Am I audible?
Yes, you
are
are
audible, Devan.
Okay, ma'am. Okay. Good morning, everyone. The topic of my topic is sentimental analysis using supervised learning, and it is my first publication. So I thought, first of all, writing a review writing on it, and after that, later on, realizing the major algorithm which I can use it to optimize the solution. I'll put another paper for the dedicated research work, and these are the table of contents through which for which I would be covering in my entire slides. So the first topic is introduction. Sentimental.
Devansh,
Yes, ma'am.
kindly adhere to the timings, please.
Okay, ma'am. Sure. Okay, sentimental analysis is one of the trending topics of NLP, as it is not a niche or a novel topic nowadays, but research has been continued in the same field for a significant amount of time. And over a period of years, various machine learning algorithms in supervised learning came I have came across with different accuracies and precision. People nowadays are very frequent on the social media, so that is a very realistic and a um, dedicated source from where I can get the data set for this particular problem. Client reviews, feedbacks about a particular product or a service. Social media is one of a similar source currently to gain reviews, get feedback, conduct any check, and collect data. Now, for any IT industry or any IT company, sentimental analysis can be even beneficial for them. So, as to whenever they look for a launch of a product, they can first test it among the local audience. So, as to
Mr.
gain.
Devansh, can we move to the methodology?
Okay.
Because a lot of presentations are still pending.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So these are the different steps which is performed in the sentimental analysis over a data set in which first step is to collect the data. It can be in any of the form like using a survey, a Google form, feedback, customer feedback, or ratings. Then we need to pre-process the data in which the meaningless data, which are exclamation marks or some uh, any sort of data which is not required, like nouns, prepositions, which they have to be removed from the sentence. So this step involves the removal of the meaningless data. Feature extraction is an crucial and important step in which we decide on which parameter and or on which feature the entire classification will work upon. Classification is the next step after feature extraction, which is responsible for classifying the data, whereas classifying the data on two sides, which can be either positive or negative, and visualizing is for the results, and testing is for the testing our model on a training set, on a testing data set. Then these are the types of opinion mining or sentimental analysis, we can say, models in which machine learning models have been used over a period of time, and particularly in which supervised machine learning models are being used. So supervised machine learning models is basically those models in which datasets is well organized with the labels, and all the parameters are well designed, so that we are able to observe maximum accuracy through these supervised machine learning algorithms. Semi-supervised machine learning algorithms are self-learning models. We can also say that in this we combine both the supervised as well as the unsupervised learning, in which we train the model on not on the entire data set, so as to make it self-learning. And then we have the unsupervised learning, which includes the training of the model on a data set which has completely no labels. Now, for this particular research paper, I have gone through the different publications, IEEE Scopus and ResearchGate, in which sentimental analysis has been performed using supervised learning models. And the main research gap which I observe is the Indian languages, which is being missing in the data sets. A lot of work has been done in language like English, Chinese, Dutch, Spanish, but Indian languages is core concept. Indian languages is the main research gap wherein this particular topic has not been done. And then these are some of the research papers which I have taken into account as a part of my literature reviews. And their entire data set along with their respective accuracies have been given. Like we can observe different methods. Like here we have the SVM classifier. Sorry, we have the SVM, then we have even the neural networks, then deep learning methods, then naive Bayes. Then this one paper I observed for Indian languages. So we can see.
Sir, can you move to the methodology part after the methodology? What have you done in the paper?
Ma'am, this is a review paper in which I am analyzing all the
Actually, it was
algorithms.
written only literature review.
Yeah, ma'am.
Yeah.
Okay, ma'am. And this is the conclusion where I found that in the different types of machine learning algorithms, which are SVM, neural network, decision trees, naive Bayes, Maxent cross entropy, the decision tree algorithms for my topic, which is sentimental analysis, gives the highest precision and accuracy for almost 96, about 96%. Then these are the list of references which I have used in my paper. If any question, you can please ask.
Thank you, Mr. Devansh. Now I request our chair to continue with the question answer.
Yeah. So how many people you gave the registration survey?
Dr. Bijoy, again, there is a lot of noise.
Just my question is the how many papers you go for the sample literature?
Okay, so nearly 25 to 27 papers I have reviewed, which includes different algorithms in which bases have been the same, which includes the supervised machine learning, but different algorithms have been considered, and nearly 25 to 27 publications have been considered.
Okay, have you calculate identify the limitation of that paper or algorithm?
So the major drawback which I was seeing in 25 to 27 publication is the type of data set which they are using, and probably wherein they are using different languages like Chinese, Indian, not Indian. Indians are very Indian languages are very less when this topic comes. So the my major research gap is research gap which I observe is the analysis of sentiments in the Indian languages, for which I would be writing a paper and using the algorithm decision tree.
Okay, have you planned for it or design the any algorithm for the future?
No, sir, not till now.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Manish?
I'm having certain questions. So the title of the paper is good.
Yes,
and one more thing, the context you are choosing, that is also nice. Can you tell me that if you are going to record any kind of speech, because it is, I think it is a speech-based recognition. So certain database you must have. So from where can you grab the data related to Indian languages? Is there any availability, or you are going to record that data in future?
Sir, I am going to design the datasets in Hindi language because there are certain datasets which are already available on Kaggle and even the GitHub. but the major problem is that it is not perfectly balanced. So that is what I am currently working on, and there are very few languages, few data sets available in Indian languages. Particularly, I am looking for Hindi data set so as to work on it and publish a paper in the same using the same data set in Hindi language.
Fine. So thanks for the presentation. And my side, the questions are over.
Thank you, sir. Is there any question from Dr. Abhay, sir?
Chavi, we can move ahead.
Thank you so much, Devansh.
Thank you, ma'am.
Further proceeding with the session, now I would like to invite our participant, paper ID 5083. Paper ID 5083, Ms. Jonica and team. The topic of their team is Impact of Upsurge in COVID-19 Cases of Indian Stock Market, a Machine Learning Approach. Over to you, team. Ms. Jonica and team, am I audible to you?
Just a minute, Chavi, I'm making her the presenter.
Sure, ma'am.
Chavi, next paper will be 6339. Okay.
Okay, ma'am. Great.
Jonica, Miss Jonica.
Good morning, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes. Please
Thank you.
continue. All the best.
Thank you. Is my presentation visible?
Yes. Please come on the
Okay.
camera for the presentation.
Jonica. Okay.
The video
Jonica,
is
yeah.
okay, ma'am.
Please make it full screen.
Good morning, everyone. The topic of my presentation is impact of upsurge in the COVID cases on the Indian stock market, a machine learning approach. The paper has been written by me and my PhD supervisor, Dr. Isha Jain, professor in the IIM University. This is my presentation outline. First is the introduction of the study, objectives for the study, RM, regression tools that has been used in the study, data analysis and interpretation, results and discussions and limitation of the study. And in the last, we have the conclusion. So in the introductory part, the COVID-19 is basically a deadly virus which has impacted the domestic and the international markets. This virus was firstly encountered in the city of Wuhan, located in China. The disease had a devastating impact on the human body and resulting in the upsurge in the COVID-19 deaths. The pandemic was referred to as a black swan event by many philosophers, and WHO came up with a foremost notification on 5 January regarding that pandemic outburst, and within a small duration of 25 days, it has been declared as a public health emergency of the global concern. The cases that were increasingly globally, and India noticed the first case. Thereafter, the government undertakes various policy reforms to stabilize the ongoing situation. The COVID-19 became the news of the nation, and researchers started analyzing the implications of
Please,
sectors of.
Ms. Lamba, please move to the methodology.
Sure, ma'am. So in the methodology section, the research design that has been adopted in the study is exploratory. The data of the daily COVID-19 and death cases has been acquired from the website ourworldindiadata.org, and the data for the historical prices of the NSE Nifty 50 has been collected from the Yahoo Finance. The present study has been attempted to study the data from 1st January to 31st August 2021, as the first case was noticed in India on 30th January. For the analysis purpose, firstly, pre-processing of data has been carried out, as stock market data is not available on the rates falling on Saturdays, Sundays, and the holidays. The missing values have been removed from the data so that it can be processed using the machine learning techniques. The data for the daily COVID-19 cases was available from the respective website, but data for the same dates for the for the stock price were unavailable. That's why data pre-processing has been applied to make it compatible for the study usage. The study has employed the machine learning regression techniques such as linear regression, decision table regression, random forest regression, Gaussian process, Raphty regression methods to study the relationship between the total COVID-19 and Nifty 50 adjusted closing prices. The study basically scrutinized the influence of COVID-19 death cases on the Indian stock market via machine learning tools. And the study focused on the correlation between the growth of the COVID-19 total cases and the death cases and the stock returns of the Nifty 50. It further employed a correlation matrix to study the impact of the COVID-19 and death cases on the Nifty 50. This is the conceptual framework of the study where we have the independent variable, that is the upsurge or the growth in the COVID-19 cases and the growth in the COVID-19 death cases. The impact has been studied on the stock market returns, specifically with the Nifty 50. This is the flowchart of the study where in the first phase, pre-processing of data has been carried out. Data has been integrated. In the second phase, data pre-processing and data visualization and statistical analysis has been done. In the final phase, machine learning model has been developed and model evaluation has been carried out. So these are the two hypotheses that were framed in the study, that there is no paramount association between the stock returns of Nifty 50 and the upsurge in the COVID cases. And correspondingly, we have the same hypothesis for the death cases as well. This is a table showing the relationship between the Nifty 50 stock returns and the growth in the COVID cases. It shows that there is a relationship between the Nifty 50 stock returns and growth in the COVID cases, but it is not a significant relationship that was seen in the case of the death cases. This table shows the relationship between the Nifty 50 stock returns and the growth in the COVID-19 death cases. It has been seen in the study, in the data evaluation part, that due to the growth in the death cases, the return on the stock market has declined drastically. This is a correlation matrix showing the growth in the COVID-19 cases and the growth in the stock market returns. Basically, this matrix, the concentration of the color establishes the correlation index, and the black color reflects the weaker correlation, whereas the cream color reflects the stronger correlation. The figure shows that the positive correlation coefficient 0.09 between the surge in the COVID cases and the surge in the stock market returns. Due to the upsurge in the growth of the cases due to COVID-19, there has been an optimus stimulus on the stock market returns, but that impact demonstrates a weak correlation coefficient. That is 0.09, which means that there has been a minor increase in the stock returns due to upswing in the several COVID-19 cases. The same metrics has been developed for the death cases as well. And here the black color reflects the weaker correlation, and the cream color also reflects the stronger correlation. The figure shows that the negative correlation coefficient minus 0.039 between the surge in COVID-19 death cases and surge in stock market returns. Due to this, there has been an adverse impact on the stock market returns. This is a table showing the performance evaluation for the regression models for the COVID total cases and Nifty 50 stock prices. Now the results and the discussions. It was found in the study by employing the regression analysis that the association between the growth in the COVID cases and Nifty 50 stock returns is positive, as the value of R is positive. Therefore, if the growth of COVID-19 cases surge, then Nifty will also surge at a rate of 11.96%. Therefore, the null hypothesis was rejected due to the value of P falling below 0.05. An alternative hypothesis was accepted, stating that the association between COVID-19 and stock market returns exists. It was further gathered from the analysis part that as the value of R multiple is positive, and therefore if the growth of COVID-19 death surges, Nifty 50 will also surge at the rate of 12.38%. The value of R square is 0.015329, which signifies that 1.53% of the stock yields of the Nifty 50 are predicted by the growth in the COVID-19 deaths. The relationship is not much significant, but there's a weak association between the stock returns of Nifty 50 and upsurge in the COVID-19 fatalities. The stock market earnings have been predicted using the 5 leading regression tools of machine learning, and it was gathered from the study that Raphty regression would be a better fit to the model, and Gaussian process would be the least fitted to the model, as Raphty has a lower values of the mean MAE or mean root mean square test. errors, RAE errors, and R-square error in the case of performance evaluation, in the case of COVID-19 death cases, and search in the stock market returns. Now, the conclusion part, the severity of the influence of individual parameters is difficult to predict. Initially, there was a continuous increment in the COVID cases and the death cases due to the pandemic. In the current study, an attempt has been made to analyze and forecast the stock market returns by employing the machine learning regression algorithms. There has been a negative correlation between the surge in the debt to the COVID-19 and stock market returns, which reflect how COVID-19 contributed to the financial loss in the economy. It can be concluded from the study that upsurge in the growth of COVID-19 figures and fatalities due to this pandemic have undesirably impacted the stock market returns. The surge in death cases due to the pandemic have been badly ruined the movement of the stock prices. It was gathered from the study that rapid regression would be a better fit model and Gaussian process would be the least fitted model as per the errors that were found in the study. Implications of study. Now, in the present study, only regression algorithm has been used using machine learning. For future research purposes, other econometric tools and machine learning tools such as panel fixed effect regression method, Gauss model, vector autoregression, artificial intelligence, feature selection can be applied to understand the volatility of the stock returns in depth, and remaining independent parameters such as recovery rates, mortality rates, ICU patients can also be used in the future research papers, because in this paper, I have just used the growth in the COVID-19 cases and the death cases. Hopefully, this research of mine will be helpful for the investors in the stock market. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jonica. Now I request our chair to have question with Ms. Jonica. Dr. Manish Sani,
Joy and
sir.
Dr. Manish.
Hi, Jonica. Your presentation is good, but you wrote many words in the presentation. So, can you tell me the research methodology you used for the sample collection?
So for sample collection, it's the data has been collected from the website for Worldometer, where the COVID-19 data is there, and from the website of Nifty 50. So the study is based upon the secondary data. And when paper was written, because the COVID cases were noticed in India from the month of Feb. So the study includes the time period from 1st January 2020 to 31st August 2021. The paper was written last year, so it includes the time period for which the cases were there.
So, have you published that paper somewhere else also?
No, sir. No, sir. I was looking for good Scopus Index journals. The paper has not been sent anywhere. It has been firstly sent to the IEEE conference because it was using machine learning. For my area of study, they refer the econometric tools more like eViews and other econometric softwares. But I have used machine learning, so I was looking for any such conference where I can present my views regarding my paper and my study.
Fine, fine. From my side, questions are over.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Bejoy, sir, is there any question from your side?
No, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Abhishek, would you like to have any question?
Yes. The p-value was smaller than 0.5 or greater than 0.5, 0.05?
Lesser than 0.05.
So was that data imbalanced or balanced?
Sorry, sir.
Was that data imbalanced? Statical analysis you have done. So was the data you have taken was balanced or imbalanced?
The data was balanced.
So null hypothesis was accepted or rejected?
The null hypothesis were rejected because there is a significant relationship between the two.
So null hypothesis was rejected. Can you check
Yes, sir.
with the slide?
So the null hypothesis states that there's no paramount association between the stock returns and the upsurge in COVID-19 cases. but the results of the study, the value of P was lesser than 0.05, though a significant relationship exists. But the level of relationship was different in case of COVID-19 cases and the death cases.
Okay. Okay. Good work.
Thank you, sir.
Any question from Dr. Abhay, sir? Okay, so moving further with our next participant, paper ID 9649, Mr. Adil Al Mohammed.
Hello.
Topic, machine learning based method for modeling traffic events. Paper ID 9649. Over to you, Mr. Adil.
Hello.
Yes, you're audible.
Okay, can you see my slide, please?
Yes, your slide is also visible.
Adil, I would request you to switch on your camera.
Yeah, just give me a second, please. Okay, hello everyone. My name is Adil Mohammed. I'm from the University of Wolverhampton in the United Kingdom. So today I'm going to present our work related to the paper, which is machine learning based method for modeling traffic events. So, okay, so the outline of this presentation, I'll just go quickly through this kind of outline. First of all, I'll give a brief introduction and then motivation and the methodology of our, let's say, work, model building and application. And then we're gonna go to the validation part and the results, and I'll give you some kind of conclusion and future work. So as for the, let's say, this research is a part of the EU H2020 Research and Innovation Program, which is a project of Harmony. So the traffic events occurring on daily basis on the, let's say, traffic network have been suspected to have potentially severe effects on the travelers and or the network situation. So traffic prediction systems predict the future short-term condition from the present traffic condition we use. So the current situation of the network to just predict and forecast what's coming in the next, let's say, 1 hour on the traffic network. So when a traffic event occurs, predicting traffic, let's say, conditions is essential for the traffic management system, so they can provide some kind of, let's say, fast and suitable response plans to mitigate the effects and the, let's say, all the impacts of the these traffic events and incident on the network. So the motivation here is that simulators may help us just to, let's say, measure and evaluate the impact of real traffic events on the network conditions, which is let's say, we just expecting in the short term horizon, let's say in the next maybe half an hour or 1 hour or 2 hours, let's say. So how real traffic events can be, let's say, represented and simulated. So we are just going with this methodology to kind of replicate the real events in the simulation environment. So we can just say, just measure or evaluate the impact of this real event on the situation, on the conditions of the network, and then the, let's say, the management systems can provide such of a plans or response plans to mitigate the effects and impact of these events and incidents on the network. And of course, this will be affect all the travelers of the network. So a method or let's say module has been suggested to just converts this real events happening on the real environment in the simulation environment, let's say. So converting real event to, let's say, incident in the simulation. So the proposed method consists of two main, let's say, phases. So the first one is building this machine learning based model, and then we're gonna go to the second phase, let's say, which is converting this event to incident by using a map. As you can see in this, sorry for that. As you can see in this, let's say, figure, so we have here two phases. The left side, which is the model building. So we just collect a lot of, let's say, data related to the traffic data and the event data for, let's say, 12 months data sets of a huge amount of data using different kind of, let's say, APIs from the road networks. So we just analyze this data to build our, let's say, module, which is the event classification model. So we depend here on the machine learning classifiers to classify different kind of event which happening on the traffic network. We use the attributes of the events, such as the type of the event and the severity and the location and all this stuff of kind of attributes and features related to the event, to classify these events into different classes. We have just used maybe 8 classes. So depending on this kind of these attributes of the events. Afterwards, using this class, we're gonna move, or let's say convert this event to incident. We have used the simulation to simulate each of these events with using different kind of, let's say, traffic conditions in the simulation environment. We have used here EMSA Next simulation to find out the, let's say, the equivalent, let's say, incidents inside the simulation for each class of the event, real event we have used in this study. So at the end, we get, as a result of the building the module, is the event classification model, which is machine learning model, and then the map, which converts the event to incident. In the application phase, so if we have, let's say, a real event with different attributes, let's say, or features, so we can use this model, classification model, to know the class of the event, and then using the map, we can convert this event class, this specific event, to an incident to be, let's say, inserted or imported by the simulation environment, and know let's say the impact or the effect of this real event on the network. So this is the input and output of both, let's say, phases of the model. So as you can see, we in the middle here, we just have tried 8 machine learning classifiers, and then we just test this classifiers with and we found that the random forest classifier is the most, let's say, algorithm give us a good accuracy in this study. So in the second one, we have, as I mentioned, we have EMSA Next model of Oxfordshire area in the UK to just build this module for let's say, converting the real event to a traffic incident inside the simulation. So this is the methodology, or let's say the method we have used in order to convert each events class to a category, which means converting a real event into incident inside the simulation. So we have here the attribute of each event, let's say, and the class, this we can get it from the classification model, and then we can try, let's say, many traffic conditions which are available and let's say there inside the simulation environment. So for each, let's say, lane inside lane in the road of the events, we can just try 6 kind of incidents or conditions, starting from the lane closure, and then speed reduction by 20%, 40%, 60%, 80%, and then we can use the section incident traffic condition. So we can find here in the simulation which kind of, let's say, condition give us the nearest or the best results to the let's say real result or real data we have from the observation let's say data from the network we have collected. So here we can say that class is converted to this kind of incident type or category. This is an example actually for 2 real events we have used. So we can see the different, let's say, attributes for each real events and how we can find the class of these events, and then the map, how we converted this, let's say, accident to a condition which is reduced speed for 2 lanes by 80% in the simulation environment. This is the results of the validation actually. So let's say the top figure shows the validation of the classification model, which is the first phase of the model. So as you can see here, in these blue columns represent the actual classification, which depends on the real observation of the data of the real network, and the orange lines represent the predicted one using our classification model. So, and the second one shows the final, let's say, results of this validation. As you can see, the map, which is the error, is less than 20% for the results between the predicted, let's say, our model and the real data from the observation of the network. So, as I mentioned, that we have used many, let's say, data which collected for over than 12 weeks, about 1,832 events. And the results of the validation was about 45% of the event classification model results was identical to that real event. And the average mean absolute percentage error, it was less than 20% for the traffic events which are tested. This reflects the decent performance of the model, which predict simulation presentation of the real traffic event actually. This is the conclusion for our work actually. So as you can see, this method have been suggested just to convert the real events from, let's say, accident, congestion, and so on, into a traffic condition inside the simulation environment. So the traffic management operators and the traffic management systems may use this kind of, let's say, functionality to predict, let's say, to provide some kind of response plans to mitigate the effects or impact of these real events in real time, maybe. The developed model provides decent results in terms of the validation. As a future work, as you can see, we just used, let's say, not that many data or, let's say, events data to validate our module. So we can use larger sample of data to make this more concrete, actually. More traffic condition is maybe used in the future. Maybe another thing we can think about it, which is software agnostic methodology, which depends not only on the AIMS and next, let's say, simulation environment. We may use another kind of simulators. So if we can make this methodology, let's say, software agnostic, will be a good, let's say, work in the future as well. This is my part from presentation. So if you have any question, please.
Thank you, sir. Your presentation is so good. Just one my question regarding the result. How can you compare your result is the valid and received?
Dr. Bijoy, I'm so sorry, but again, there is an echo in the voice.
Just one question from my side. How can you are valid? To which tool you used for the comparison of your result? To compare your result?
You mean in terms of the classification algorithms, you mean?
Yes.
I've used actually the tools and the libraries which are available in the Python actually.
Have you come, whatever you get the result and you compare with the real life accident?
Yeah. Real observation data actually from the real network.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, that is a nice presentation. So
thank you, Dr. Bijoy.
nice topic also. So that is a good presentation. So no question from my side.
Thank you.
Is there any more questions?
Chavi, we can move ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Adil.
Thank you very much.
Sure, ma'am. Thank you, Mr. Adil.
Thank you.
Further proceeding with the presentations, now I would like to invite our participant paper ID 6338 paper ID 6338, Mr. Abhishek Srivastava, topic COVID-19 and diabetic retinopathy, DR, AI and deep learning. Over to you, Abhishek Srivastava ji.
Hi, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Okay, so the topic is COVID-19 and diabetic retinopathy detection using AI and deep learning. And so the today's agenda is to tell some introduction about the topic. So we are running out of time, so I can understand. So I will be short and about COVID-19 retinopathy and some project demo that we have done, and then the conclusion part. So first about the introduction, we have applied AI, machine learning, deep learning, and computer vision in our project. So AI is for the field computer science, like to build some machine capable task that is required for the human intelligence. For our data, we require some human intelligence, that is to take some decisions. That is very critical when we have diabetic retinopathy. So like we will discuss about the problem also, like what is diabetic retinopathy. So then we have some machine learning algorithm to analyze, and then computer vision we have applied, and then deep learning we have applied also. So a lot of things we have done in this paper. So we applied artificial intelligence, so ANN network. So ANN is a deep learning model that is inspired by the structure of the brain's neural network. So these networks are based on the collection of connected inputs called artificial neurons. So each connected between neurons can transmit an output from one neuron to another. So the receiving neuron processes the output and send the signal to the other neuron connected to it. So we have a lot of hidden layer concept, the input layer and output layer concept in ANN. So our output is the activation function that a neuron learns while traveling through the different layers. So it is actually an enhancement of the regression model when we apply regression. So the model is incomplete if we are not applying ANN. Like the learning is very important in AI. So we had to train a lot of things to our model. So with these activation functions, we are training our model to build to take a decision. So then we have ANN, then we have CNN. So CNN is like more powerful. So in deep learning and convolutional network is a class of artificial neural network that is most commonly used to analyze the visual image. So in the recent past, we have seen like researchers and tech companies have been able to achieve great success in the classification of various diseases using CNN. So various model trained and tuned in this scenario. So we have a ReLU function that is very much used by CNN model, and we have applied hidden layer concepts, and that we can take the decision by training the activation function and growing the function while traveling to the different layer in both the directions. So what is retinopathies, COVID-19 and COVID retinopathy diseases? So COVID-19, we all know is a virus, is a disease that that was into the picture the last couple of years. So what is important to diagnose early, to treat the person immediately, and to contain the spread the virus. How AI and deep learning can help? X-rays are one of the most affordable tests to which the general public has the access, and researchers have shown the CNN-based model are highly accurate in detecting. So what is diabetic retinopathy? That is very important. So in an eye disease, it's an eye disease by high blood sugar from diabetes. It damages blood vessels in the retina and can cause blindness. So many people, those who suffered with the COVID virus and had diabetes, so they had this diabetic retinopathy disease. So it is very important to diagnose it in the early stages, because if we are not able to diagnose it in the early stages, it can cause to the blindness. So what is important to diagnose it early? To block the further damage of the retina. So we can take a precautionary measures that can actually help to block or the damage of the retina and to prevent the blindness. How AI can help? So we can help in assisting the human professional in the diagnosis, and researchers have shown that CNN models can have highly accurate and accuracy, and the diagnostic problem is very great. So what we have done this section we have done We have taken the X-rays image and as the COVID-19 positive patients, and some images with those patients which have diabetics also. So below is the line of project, like what we have done. We have taken the data and split the data into the samples to train. We have trained the data and test the model, and we have saved the model, and we have applied the prediction with the COVID-19 and normal. So like people who suffered with the COVID-19 and had diabetics, and some normal people. And then we have deployed using the Flask. So we can actually, normal people also have their X-ray image. So it can actually, Flask is a web API application. Normal person can just upload on our portal and can check with their X-ray and retinopathy, like or like will it be affected or not after some time. So after that, what we have done in our implementation of the model, we have imported some libraries like TensorFlow and Keras. Then we have processed the image using image data generator. Then we have prepared a sequential model using TensorFlow. Then we have a layer concept, combination layer performing pooling, and then adding the output layer with the sigmoid activation function to learn and train itself. So then we have compile and training the model with the binary cross entropy as the loss function. This is for checking, the model randomness and how accurate our sample can perform. Then we have visualizing the polling and accuracy in the loss curve. Then we have saving the model and make the predictions. So this was the result, like with the train and test model, and this is a loss function, like how we train both our model with the same hyperparameters after testing our model against a range of values. For these chosen value parameter, our model have a great accuracy. So this is for the diabetic retinopathic model with the training losses and diabetic accuracy model. So our model performed to fit more than 90%. This is the snapshot of the API that we have created web API using Flask. So if you have uploaded the X-ray image, and it will first detect whether you have COVID or not with the X-ray images. That was not a big issue. Then we have, after loading the image, you can actually test COVID-19 detected. You can see here after uploading the image. Then we have the diabetic retinopathy. That is very important. We have uploaded the fungal images of our eye infection, and it can check the no DR detected. You can see no diabetic retinopathy detected. So with this model, our deep learning model can use the detection of COVID-19 and diabetic retinopathy disease, and we can showcast our deployment and performance. With the COVID-19 deployment model getting 98% training accuracy and 96% testing accuracy, and the diabetic retinopathy detection model accuracy getting 80%, we display the potential AI system have the diagnostic various disease with the clinical accuracy range. These findings highlight the potential AI and deep learning hold to transform the healthcare sector by automating disease diagnosis and detection, helping the healthcare professionals, making healthcare more affordable, and thus enhancing the clinical experience of a patient. Our research aims to promote AI and the adoption of deep learning techniques in the healthcare industries. So this is all about our research. If you have any question, you can ask.
Thank you, Mr. Abhishek. I request Dr. Manish Ji to have questions.
Dr. Abhishek Srivastava, this is the good and fast presentation with the clarity of thought. One question in my mind that why you are using sigmoid function?
Sigmoid is just for this is the part of training the activation function. So sigmoid, like when we have done the normalization of the data, so sigmoid was giving the better result, and it was actually matching with the data line. Our model, it is the shape model, actually fitting with the data. Like when we check the data balance, so sigmoid model was fitting. So that was the best sigmoid function that was suiting best at that time. So we have to.
Fine. So no questions from my side.
Thank you, sir. I request Dr. Bijoy sir to have questions from the presenter. Dr. Bijoy sir.
Yeah, just 1 minute.
Okay, so moving with our next presenter. Paper ID 6409. Ms. Meenu Chaudhary and team. Topic for the presentation is detecting the employee satisfaction in retail, a latent dirichlet allocation and machine learning approach. Over to you, Ms. Meenu Chaudhary and team.
Miss Meenu, are you there in the yes. Yeah, please continue.
Hello, everyone. Hello, ma'am. So the topic of my study is detecting the employee satisfaction in retail, a latent dirichlet allocation and machine learning approach. My co-authors are Dr. Lavleen Gaur and Dr. Amlan Chakrabarti. So I'll go with the introduction first. So we have selected the retail sector, reason being that the retail sector experiences the second most attrition in the of the frontline employees. And there are a lot of studies that have been done on the employee churn and employee satisfaction. If we go with the Scopus database, so employee churn studies coupled with machine learning, there are around 60 papers, and the studies have flourished post 2018. But when we searched in the Scopus database for the employee satisfaction coupled with machine learning, so there were 14 papers available, out of which we found 5 were relevant for our study. So there was a huge research gap based on that, though there are many studies have been done on the job satisfaction in the history, and the measurement is limited to the employee surveys and interviews during entry and exit levels. The major drawbacks of these traditional methods are that these are biased feedback and usage of sample size may be insufficient to draw the right inference. And the second thing that we have done is that we have used the employee reviews. So there are 8% of online data in the text form, and large amount of data is being produced every day in the form of user generated content, which is UGC in the short, that foster unstructured data. So that research gap that we found was that there is less emphasis that has been given by the academicians and researchers to use machine learning algorithms to predict the job satisfaction among the employees in the retail sector. The second gap that we found was that the admissions have focused on customer reviews to understand the dynamics to increase the profitability of the organization. However, the usage of employer reviews have been overlooked. So we have used that also in our study. And there is the research concerning to employee reviews is also missing. So on and all, there is a gap that these are the gaps that we have identified. Based on these gaps, we have framed our objectives. So the first objective is to usage of e-word of mouth in the form of employee reviews for analyzing employee satisfaction using latent employee satisfaction using machine learning algorithms and to contribute to the existing literature. These are our three objectives. So in order to, I have quoted very few literature review in-text citations. So the first one says that the online reviews present new prospect for the research of employee satisfaction and performance. Yet this information queue has remained untapped till now. Trends in text classification has been increasing in health, e-commerce, social media sentiment, and product sentiment among customers. However, there are the machine learning algorithms are being widely used in healthcare, is being used in e-commerce, is being used to understand the dynamics of the consumers. However, but the usage of machine learning in the human resource management is also gaining momentum, and there has been we can see the change post 2018 in this, that there are numerous studies which are being happening since then. Predictive analytics have been widely used in finance, marketing, and supply chain. As I told you that these things have been, the machine learning algorithms for predictive analytics that are being practiced, but there has been an increasing trend and to use in the employee churn rather. However, job satisfaction is one of the prime causes of employee churn, which it can also be predictive. I will put in a simpler way that employee churn is the dependent variable. However, job satisfaction and employee satisfaction, these are independent variables. These are causing employee churn. So there are studies available for employee churn, but there are very few, I would say, studies that are focusing on predicting employee satisfaction. So we have focused on that. So this is the methodology that we have done, that we have carried out in this paper. So our paper includes a qualitative approach as well as quantitative approach. So it is divided into two phases. In the first phase, we have focused on the qualitative approach. We have used the online reviews for this. So we have we have used 66,723 online reviews of retail chains through web scraping. Selenium library in Python was used to extract the review pages. And then the reviews from Beautiful Soup library was used to gather the reviews from the unstructured HTML data. If we talk about LDA, so LDA is an example of topic modeling and is a natural language processing tool that can automatically identify topics from the corpus. So in the second stage of this of the first phase, it includes text cleaning, tokenization, stop words removal, stemming, and lemmatization. So I'll simplify that as in the second phase, we clean the data. So all the reviews that we have got through the web scraping, we do the tokenization of those. So in the tokenization, the sentences or the string is split into the tokens or the words. In this, then we remove the stop words removal as in. And in this stemming, it is a technique of reducing the words to the similar meaning. So that is, we create a sort of buckets in that. In the lemmatization, we is a process to make meaningful base words that forms the basis of other words. For example, the lemma of playing and played is play. So the wherever the playing and played word is being used, using lemmatization, we have used play word for that. Or if, let's suppose, in the employer review, if the employer review consists of words working or worked, so the lemma of those words will be work. In the third stage of data analysis, we have done the topic modeling, and based on that, we have formed the word cloud of it. In the second phase, we have used the qualitative data in which we have collected the data using the questionnaire. The questionnaire was sent to 479 retail employees, out of which 398 responded, but we could use only 367 responses for our further analysis. The data was, we used IBM SPSS modeler for the further analysis, for the analysis of the second phase. So we did the data cleaning, we did the data preparation on the SPSS modeler, wherein we did the rectification, we took the action for the missing variable or the missing data. We identified the input and the target variables. We also feed in the data type also for each variable. And then the model was developed and the best performing model was selected for the further analysis. So I'll take you forward to the results of my study. So these are the results of my first phase that was based on the qualitative approach, wherein we used the online reviews. So the left-hand side, this figure, it shows the bubbles. These bubbles are actually the shows the frequency of the words that are being used in the words the frequently used. So if we take the cursor to bubble one, so the graph will be shown in the right hand side, which shows the words that are being that are being coupled or that are included in that basket, in that word bubble. So if we the bubble one, it carries out the words which are being shown in the right hand side work, and the frequency of the words which are being used in the each bubble. So similarly, we can find out the words which are being included as based on the LDA. So it's the higher, the bigger the size, bigger will be the frequency of the words. So smaller is the size of the bubble, so it will it's vice versa. Based on that, we have found the word cloud of the online review. So the word cloud is here. Word cloud me the bigger the size of the word, the word, which means that the frequency of that word is highest among that. So the words which are being highlighted with the bigger font size, which shows that the frequency of these words are more in the reviews. When we did the analysis of the second phase using the machine learning algorithms, so the data was used and we divided that data set into 80:20 training and testing data set. So the plus point of SPSS modeler is that it automatically generates the
Sorry to interrupt, ma'am.
I would say the performance matrix for the top performing classifiers or algorithms. So as per for our data, the SPSS modeler suggested these five algorithms. So the accuracy of all these five algorithms is being given, and the AUC curve also. So accuracy of X gradient boost was the highest for among the top five algorithms. So we selected X gradient boost for the further analysis, and the AUC curve is also the highest. So AUC curve is actually the ability of a classifier to distinguish between the classes. And if we see further, the Gini coefficient for
Sorry to interrupt,
this
ma'am.
classifier is 0.982, which is the ratio that represents how close our model is for the to be a perfect model. So, on the basis of this
Meenu, can you hear me?
of our analysis, we have done
Meenu.
we have also predicted the
Excuse me, Miss Meenu.
importance of all these things. So the variables that we used in our questionnaire for the prediction of employee satisfaction,
Meenu, are we audible to you?
the X gradient boost has shown us the result that the job level is the highest predictor for the employee satisfaction. So which means
Miss Meenu, can you hear us?
there are certain tables that are not being included. So the job levels, the demographic, it shows that there were five job levels that we included in the performance in the
Miss Meenu, can you hear me, please?
So the job level, the
I think
front-end
there is a problem. Can you help us?
are the ones who
Mr.
are,
Robin?
the dissatisfaction is highest. So similarly, the predictor importance is being given for the other variables. So if we talk about the limitations and directions for the future research, the employee reviews of five companies are used in the qualitative analysis. However, the horizon can be increased in the future studies. More data can be used in ML algorithm for the prediction of employee satisfaction in IT sector as it experiences the highest employee churn. So that is all from my end. I'm open for the questions.
Miss Meenu, can you hear us now?
Meenu,
Thank
can
you,
you
Miss
hear
Meenu.
us? Can you listen to us?
Hello?
Can you hear me, Miss Meenu? I think there is a problem.
Meenu, you please remove your earplugs. Remove it, please.
Yes, now ma'am, you are audible.
Yeah, we were actually calling you since long. You were not listening to us. Okay. So I think Dr. Manish, please ask the question.
The presentation is quite nice. and the elaboration is quite good also. So no question from my side for that presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Just 1 minute. I have one question.
Yes,
It is
sir.
good you are working on the feedback of the employee. The suppose for the one company, some employee give the good feedback, some employee give the negative feedback. How can you segmentation of the text or summarization of the text? Have you used any technique? Because nowadays, no more one have the more time to go line by line. Have you designed any text summarization tool so that they can easily identify what is the actual feedback for the that company?
So not say, but for a particular company, we have not done. We have done for the 5 companies. So we have not distinguished, but rather we have done it for the retail sector. So, but that can be included in the future scope also, that for a particular company, it can be done.
Yeah, yeah. Who's that
Because we
technique?
have our study was based on the survey which was carried out by the LinkedIn, which stated that the retail sector experiences the second most highest employee churn. So we took that as the base and we started from there. So we took the sector, but we obviously the companies can be given the prima facie also.
Have you used the algorithm, 5 algorithm? Have you compared the complexity of this algorithm, which are the best?
Yes, sir. The left-hand side box is the 5 algorithms that the 5 topmost algorithms which shows the highest accuracy. So we did the comparison and then we used the X gradient boost based on the highest accuracy and AUC.
Madam, I am just
Hanji,
asking
sir.
for the time complexity.
No, sir.
According to the algorithm, they are showing the result. But
Yes,
are
sir.
these results are the correct? You should
Yes, sir.
also use the optimization technique, madam. That's my suggestion from my side. Thank you.
Okay, ma'am. It's okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Ms. Meenu, for your presentation. Moving
Thank you,
towards the
Chavi.
last presentation of the session, paper ID 7991. Paper ID 7991, Ms. Shruti Shukla and team. Over to you, Ms. Shruti Shukla and team. I request Dr. Priyanka ma'am to kindly make Shruti presenter.
Shruti, please accept the request. I am trying to make you presenter. Now she is the presenter.
Over to you, Shruti. You can proceed.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you are audible.
Shruti, kindly adhere to the timings, please.
Ma'am, please pardon. I'm just presenting my screen.
Yeah, complete your presentation in 10 minutes, please. Shruti?
Sorry, ma'am?
Shruti, am I audible to you?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Yeah, please complete your presentation in 10 minutes.
Ma'am, is my presentation visible?
Yes, it is visible.
Sorry to interrupt. It is good if you focus your innovation or your methodology which you implement in this paper.
Sorry, sir. Sir, please pardon.
Shruti, focus on your research methodology.
Yes, ma'am.
Your objective and after objective, please come to the research methodology.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Shruti Shukla, and I'm here to present on the topic Frontiers in Artificial Intelligence and its Applications. So, moving towards the presentation. So, objective says
that the Industrial Revolution has been the main cause ever since tremendous technological advancement was observed. Means, as we all know, that Industrial Revolution is the only cause, or rather, it's the main cause since where advancements of technology has begun. And the breakneck pace of technological advancement as well as AI has enabled humans to replace manual labor in various industries. So in this paper, we are going to discuss the frontiers in artificial intelligence and the applications in various fields. So we have discussed various algorithms like ML, DL, NLP, that is natural language processor, and GA in this paper, which are the frontiers. So it gives, and this paper also gives the detail about the current scenario, the market, the worldwide market that is for artificial intelligence. So moving on to the introduction part, the appellation that is artificial intelligence. It was proposed by scholars at a conference that was held at Dartmouth University 1956. So this was the place where the proposal of artificial intelligence began. And this was the phase, this was the emergence of a new field of research into how actually machines can replicate human intelligence. So, but firstly, let us know that what led people to go on this point. So it was 2016 and AlphaGo defeated the international chess champion, and this was the incident that drew the attention of the people, and it rose their interest in the field of artificial intelligence. So AI enables computers to interpret, simulate intelligence behaviors, and comprehend different behaviors like decision making, learning, and judgment. So what AI actually does is it interprets and it simulates the intelligent behaviors. It comprehends those behaviors as decision making, as learning, or as judgment. But how does AI does all these things? So it embraces knowledge as a goal. It takes knowledge as a goal. It collects and then it evaluates and it investigates, and it takes knowledge. I mean, it takes representation methods, like what representation methods there can be for knowledge, and employs these methods to simulate human intellectual capabilities. So this is how AI is able to perform, or it is able to replicate the human intelligence. And so the emergence of AI, it has actually transformed the individual's lives. We all are more advanced today, and the reason is just because of AI. And although, so we can see that AI is there in almost all the fields today, like there's law, there is security, AI in security, then healthcare, education, etc. So, but here we are talking about frontiers in AI. So firstly, let us know that what are AI frontiers? AI frontiers, they basically promulgate methodological concepts. They are nothing but they're just methodological concepts that are peer-reviewed, cutting-edge research on the disruptive technological revolution of artificial intelligence. Means it's discussed on, it's reviewed on a peer-to-peer level, and it's edge-cutting, means that is what's the latest things on AI. That is, they are methodological concepts, and that is what frontiers in AI means. The latest algorithms that are being discussed, that are being in trend, they are AI frontiers, and that is what we are going to discuss here. So AI basically uses three disciplines. So researchers have basically categorized AIs working into three disciplines, and they are connectionism, symbolism, and behaviorism. So the very first one is symbolism. So symbolism basically, as the name suggests, that symbolism, it is based on symbols. So AI, firstly, it sees the human cognitive behaviors, and it interprets them in the form of mathematic logic, and then it compares them with symbols. So that is how AI symbolism works. Connectionism basically, it refers that AI tries to connect with the human behaviors. It's basically based on the human actions and the behaviors. And then behaviorism is more about the behaviors, like it's also known as bionics, and it's more based on the behaviors of humans. So So you can see that there are three categories. Like first, it's symbols, it symbolizes, then it's connect, and then it tries to see the overview of behaviors. So that is how AI actually works. Then the common known algorithm, that is ML, machine learning, it's based on AI, and what it actually does is the emergence of automated machines capable of processing vast volumes of data to obtain relevant and presumably useful information, that is data mining, including the application of such information to practical situations. So what machine learning does is there are automated machines, and they are actually capable of processing vast volumes of data that is relevant or that is being collected, which is referred to as data mining, and it includes their application and their uses of such information to practical situations. That is, it supports decision, and that is what machine learning is. And there are many applications on which machine learning is being applied to. So machine learning, it uses four basic categories. We can actually classify it like supervised, unsupervised, semi-supervised, and reinforcement learning. So as it is shown that there are many parameters on which ML algorithms are utilized. For example, it can be a decision tree, they can be regression models, they can be Bayesian approaches, or they can be ANNS. So all these, there are different classes of ML algorithms that are available. So now coming on to the challenges for intelligence systems based on DL and ML. So there are many challenges, and yes, DL is also an important frontier that is being there in artificial intelligence. DL stands for deep learning. So there are these intelligence systems have to face challenges which are based
I'm
on DL.
interrupting you.
Yes, sir.
Are you able to listen me? Is it a review paper?
Sorry, sir.
Is it a review paper? Is it a review paper?
So sort of. It is sort of.
So, if it is a review paper, then come on the literature. Otherwise, go on your methodology or your contribution.
Sir, you're not audible. I'm sorry.
If it is a review paper, then come to the
One
literature
request,
review.
if it is
And if
review
it is
paper,
a
then
research
come to the
method,
literature survey,
methodology, then go on the contribution side.
or you come to the
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. So we can see the challenges, and then NLP is something that translates. Means
Shruti.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Beta, your external are saying something. You are not listening to them. Please move to the review part. If it is a review literature paper.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. We can see the applications like in automotive industries, the autonomous vehicles that are there, they use AI. The health industries use the smart payment systems, the smart homes, retailing industry, like in smart homes as well. We are just, for example, Alexa these days. So we are able to just have a conversation and get our things done. So all this is possible because of AI. Now, I would like to speak something about the global artificial intelligence market. So,
Can you scroll the entire slide?
Come to the next slide, Shruti.
Can you scroll the entire slide? I think it is just an introductory slide for the topic. It is not a review paper. It is not based on the methodology, technique, or nothing else. Can you categorize your paper? In which category you can put
it's
that
a
paper?
review paper. It's based on the frontiers of AI, like what all algorithms are being used and what are its applications. So it's a basic review paper that smart homes, they use AI frontiers, and similarly autonomous industries do the same. So that is what I was just trying to discuss.
Okay, fine. So it is, ma'am, I'm just telling this is not a review paper. It is an introductory paper to the frontier of the AI. So I think it is not for the conference itself.
Okay, sir.
Okay, no problem, sir. Shruti, sir, you want to ask any question or can we close this presentation? Dr. Vijay, you want to ask any question?
Just I have suggestion to him. You are writing a review paper, then you should make a chart or table where you compare the different paper algorithm and draw the your challenging between that algorithm that is used in the previous paper. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Shruti, for your presentation. Moving towards the closing of the session, I request Dr. Priyanka Malik ma'am to continue with the closing of the session.
Shruti, please remove your slides. Shruti. So we come to the conclusion of the session one. I'm so very thankful to all the presenters, all the faculty members, and most importantly, external Dr. Manish Seni and Dr. Bijoy Kumar for their valuable time. I'm so, I hope that we will be getting more and more, we will be in touch in future as well, and we will be getting better and better paper in the next session. Thank you so very much. I request Dr. Manish Seni and Dr. Bijoy if they can, send us the best paper according to their preferences.
Sure, madam.
Fine, ma'am.
Thank you so very much. Thank you all.
A note for all the presenters that the best paper award will be declared in the valedictory session tomorrow. So kindly do join the valedictory section tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you.
Session will remain open for the next technical session. You can leave if you want.
University. We were waiting for our one of the session chairs, Dr. S. Radha Ramohanji. So that's why we are waiting for him. We are going to start this conference within 2 minutes. Mr. Gayas Ahmad has joined from 2 different devices. I would request that you please join from one single device. Mr. Gayas Ahmad. Thank you.
So, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Nikita Singh and my colleague Atmakirti Darshan, student of Amity International Business School, Noida, Uttar Pradesh, would like to welcome you all at the third International IEEE Conference on Computation, Automation and Knowledge Management, ICCC AKM 2022, which is organized virtually this year by Amity International Business School. AIBS endeavors to be an institute committed towards innovation, knowledge sharing, openness, and entrepreneurial skills for developing global managers. AIBS shall continue to hold passion for knowledge, teamwork, and a caring attitude. ICC AKM 2022 and management domains onto a common platform, the industry and academia bond, and enhance collaborative and meaningful research on issue of current relevance. To organize expert talks by domain expert of global eminence through interactive webinars for a panoramic overview on advances in their domain. This conference session will focus on major approach for exploiting and mitigation log4j, forecast the tsunami wave, MEMS sensors, clock fog, microstrip antenna, portfolio selection associated with it. ICC AKM 2022 is organized in a hybrid mode this year, where the physical presentation are taking place at Amity University campus in Dubai and online presentations are taking place in India. This year, we received around 240 papers, out of which best 45 papers were shortlisted after rigorous screening process. In this session, we have 10 authors who will be sharing their research work with us.
Ladies and gentlemen, now let me introduce to you our esteemed panelists for this session. It is a moment of extreme honor for me to welcome and introduce Dr. P.P. Gadekar sir and Professor Dr. S. Radha Ramohan. Let me give you all brief introduction to our panelists. So our first panelist of the day is Professor Dr. S. Radha Ramohan, sir. He is currently working as professor in School of Computer Science and Engineering and is also a coordinator in professional societies of Presidency University, Bangalore, Karnataka. Sir has 22 years of experience in teaching in India and abroad and 7 years in industry. Sir has CCNA certification and was Cisco certified authorized instructor. He has completed his PhD in year 2010 and has published 28 research papers in indexed international journals. He has got University Ambassador Award in 2019 and Best Place Service Award in 2019. He got his Best Paper Award and Best Faculty Award from GMRAF in 2020. He is an editorial board member of IJCA and ISBN. His area of research in mobile networks, IoT, cloud computing, blockchain, deep learning. He has visited various countries by the university abroad for building up international relations and extending academic support to student community. Last but not the least, he got distinguished professor award by an international research association. We welcome you, sir. Sir, if you would like to say a few words, it would be. Sir is not present. Okay.
Actually, he has not joined us. So you can go ahead, please.
Okay, okay, ma'am. Okay, moving forward to our next panelist. Dr. P.P. Gadekar, sir. He has an overall experience of 21 years. He is currently working as Head Department of Information Technology. He is the recipient of VIT Shri Awards on VIT Foundation Day in Research Publication category. He has published research paper in SCI and SCOPUS Index Journal IET Image Processing in 2020. His subject of interest is computer vision, machine learning, deep learning, Internet of Things, image processing, and embedded systems. He has total of 46 research publications, where 16 are accepted and in press. We welcome you, sir. Sir, if you would like to say a few words.
Would request Dr. Pamananji to speak a few words for us. And after that, we will start our session. I think there is some network problem.
I would like to cross-check if the authors are present for the presentations. So I'm just gonna tell the paper IDs, please acknowledge. Paper ID 4752.
Yes, present.
Okay, thank you. Then we have 7138. Paper ID 7138. Do we have anyone from this paper? Okay. Then we have 7257. Paper ID 7257. Authors, please acknowledge. Okay. Then we have 7333. Paper ID 7333.
Paper presenters, please raise their hand so we can promote you in the panel.
Now both the session chairs are with us. Dr. Pamanand and please welcome both of them again. Dr. Pamanand, would you like to say few words before we start the session? Yes, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, madam. This is Radha Ram Mohan here. Can you hear me? Hello. Can you hear me?
Can you hear?
Yes, sir, we can hear you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Can you
Yes,
turn
sir.
on your camera, sir?
Yes, yes, okay.
Dr. S. Radha Mohanji,
Yes,
sorry,
I'm
S.
here.
Radha Ramohanji.
Yes, madam,
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
here.
Would you like to say something before we
Yeah,
start the session, sir?
yeah. Just a few words I will tell. Can I have a speak? Short. So
Yes,
I
sir.
would like to uh, say some few words on technological trends today. So we have been doing research since long time, and we have been uh, conducting a lot of researchers. And the primary focus of this type of forums like conferences and seminars is mainly it takes us to advancement and dissemination of scientific knowledge on verified disciplines of academics as well as in research. So the feedback from the field experts and the obvious excitement around the around the journal, are taking steps towards this goal already before its inaugural issue. So we start our this presentation sessions of the scholars, and we would like to uh, listen to their ideas and suggestions uh, through their research works, and we will be happy to listen to them. And I would like to take a small. I want to give some small hint that they should take not more than 10 minutes for the presentation session, and after that they will be having a short questionnaire session, and then we will switch on to the next presenter. Thank you very much, madam. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Dr. Parmanand, please speak a few words for all the presenters here.
Yeah, thank you, madam. Actually, I got
Dr.
disconnected.
Parmanand, please speak
So because
few
of that
words.
internet. Yeah. Yes, madam. Yeah. Can you hear me? Is audible, madam? Hello.
Yes,
Hello.
sir.
Can you hear me, madam? Yes. Thank you. First of all, I would like to thanks Amity University for inviting me as a session chair. Friends, it's a very good platform means that for the research scholars or those who are pursuing their PhD to present their work. Because through this platform only that research scholars or the researcher, they get some new suggestions from the session chairs as well as those who are expert in that field. So I am very much confident that this conference will definitely help those who are doing the research in the emerging areas. It will definitely help them to find new ways to implement the same work or to get the better performance in their research work or to get more ideas in their research work. It will definitely helps. So all the best, guys. Sir has already mentioned that please stick to the time that everybody has to follow the timeline that they have to complete their presentation within the 10 minutes, and please focus on your contribution. What is your contribution instead of talking about the existing work? That is very important. So thanks again for the for inviting me as a session chair. Thank you, madam. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So, Nikita, you can start with the first presenter.
Authors, please note that your presentation for this session will be judged and marked on the following basis: relevance 10 points, quality 10 points, technical inclination 10 points, presentation 10 points, novelty 10 points. Each team can take 20 to 25 minutes at max to present their work, and there will be a short of 5 to 10 minutes Q&A sessions after that. Please be ready with your presentation. The sequence of the presentation is mentioned in the chat box as well. During the presentation, kindly keep your systems muted, and if you have any query, write it down on the chat. Before we close this introductory session, I would like to take this opportunity to express my deepest thanks to our founder president, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan sir, our chancellor, Atul Chauhan sir, and our group vice chancellor, Professor Dr. Gurinder Singh sir, for their continuous motivation and support. It has been possible only because of their vision, motivation, and continuous support. We will now commence our session with our first presentation. Authors Pankaj Dangar, Preetam Selmonkar, Paper ID 4752, paper title Self-Powered MEMS Sensor System for Monitoring for Ocean Parameters. Please present your work.
Thank you, Nikita. Pankaj Dhangar is present here. I am going to present this presentation. I just share my screen. Is it visible?
Yeah. Please keep your video on, author.
Okay, okay. Yes. Video is yes, video is on, but I am not
Yes.
able to. Yes, yes. Just I can start now. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Pankaj Dhangar, and my presentation topic is self-power MEMS sensor system for monitoring ocean parameters. Authors is Pankaj Dhangar, Pritam Selmokar, Nitin Satpute, Ganesh Korwar, and others. So this presentation contains the following. This presentation contains the following points: abstract, introduction, results, and conclusion. So starting with abstract, energy harvesting can be described as a process of capturing and amassing byproduct energy when it is really readily available and can be converted into usable electric energy. In this project, a novel design of wave energy harvester has been proposed, which convert wave energy into useful electric power. The energy harvester comprises of mechanical motion rectifier, motion regulator, one energy storing element, and rotary generator. The rigid body simulation in MATLAB and ADAMS have been used in design and analysis of energy harvester. MATLAB simulation with rigid body analysis indicate that the wave energy harvester can deliver peak power of 1.87 watt, which can be used to power various sensors used for ocean monitoring. So, introduction. There is an increasing need of sensor for ocean monitoring in content to pollution and natural disaster. Important parameter in case of ocean monitoring include temperature, pressure, chemical contamination level, noise level, and turbulence monitoring. It is very difficult to supply power to deep ocean sensor. It is very costly and it's not good to supply power to ocean sensor. So I have present one harvester which can convert the wave energy into electricity and supply this electricity to sensor. So it reduce the cost of electricity to transfer the ocean wave. And one another benefit of this system is this is a renewable energy, so there is no any question of pollution or anything. So and the benefit of this ocean wave is that the deep water wave contain copious amount of energy between 1 terawatt to 10 terawatt compared to the other form of alternative source of energy. Wave energy is more consistent and predictable. Energy density is highest among the renewable energy sources. This means that the harvesting structure for open ocean wave would be smaller size, less invasive, and produce more power than current implemented wind turbine. So objective for this project is design a wave energy harvester to convert the wave energy into useful electric energy. Design a miniature model to generate a powerful self-powered sensor. Study the different mechanical arrangement to take input from ocean wave and convert into unidirectional rotation motion. To develop a motion regulator to release the stored energy from spring. Derive governing equation for energy generation, numerical simulation in MATLAB, Simulink, Simscape, and ADAMS, optimization of simulation result, fabricate the prototype and validate with theoretical model. So related to wave energy harvester, I have read some literature papers and write down some review on it. The first paper I have read is written by H. Bora and others. They are concluded that the They are concluded that the wave from the ocean can be converted into unidirectional motion, which is further converted into electricity by using a generator. There are some attempts also are done for supply the electricity to ocean sensor with the help of ocean wave energy harvester. So Ding and others, to overcome the energy constraint of underwater glider, Ding and others have proposed a pendulum type wave energy scavenger for sensor energy supply on underwater gliders with average output power at 0.8 Hz was 150 milliwatt, which was enough for sensor energy supply. The next one is Joey and other. In order to reduce the cost of deployment and maintenance of mooring slash sensor bio, Joey and other developed the wave turbine system. The prototype wave turbine system deliver an average power of 1.61 watt. The next one is Grave and others design a electromagnetic pendulum wave energy converter to harvest a low frequency energy to deliver 0.97 watt to 0.75 watt. The next one is a Yang ETL. Yang and others have developed a wave energy converter comprises of coaxial mechanical motion rectifier and variable inertia flywheel to deliver average power of 1.17 watt, peak power of 2.15 watt with efficiency of 51%. So construction and working principle of wave energy harvester. The wave energy harvester involves of conversion of ocean wave force into useful electric power that can be used for some useful purpose. The arrangement is shown in figure involves use of following sub element: mechanical float, mechanical motion rectifier, motion regulator, energy storing element, gearbox, and rotary generator. This is the arrangement of wave energy harvester. The mechanical float is one number is a mechanical float which is on floating on a sea surface. The 2 to 4 is a mechanical motion regulator. 4 to 5 is a motion regulator, and 6 is a energy storing element, and 7 is a generator. The working principle is explained in this slide. The working principle of mechanical motion rectifier. The mechanical motion rectifier shows in figure 3 contains of mechanical float, two unidirectional bearing in one direction, one unidirectional bearing in opposite direction, and one output shaft. So working of this, when the wave from the sea is forced to lift the mechanical float, this up-down motion is transferred to mechanical lever, which rotate the shaft in one directional in clockwise direction due to this unidirectional bearing. The working principle of motion regulator is that when the output from shaft 1 is given as an input to mechanical motion regulator, which is already in engagement with a sliding bush. When a shaft is rotating clockwise, the sliding bush also is rotating clockwise, which also rotating clockwise, which store energy in torsional spring. As the sliding bush rotating clockwise direction, the torsional spring is deflected to maximum threshold value, and projecting pin engage with the tapered support too. This makes sliding bush to slide toward right, ensuring the mechanical disengagement of MMR and that of the torsional spring. The numerical simulation numerical simulation are done in MATLAB and Adam software. The rigid body simulation have been used for design a mechanism used to convert the oscillation wave force into torque on shaft. For the series of oscillation, the angular deformation theta in is sum up till the angular deformation reach the maximum specific limit, and total deformation is stored as a theta. The rectification and summation of angular displacement is carried out in MATLAB Simulink. These are the equation was used for the MATLAB simulation. Result and discussion. The prototype of wave energy harvester work in the two modes, the energy storing mode and the energy release release mode. A torsional spring is used as an energy storing element. If the stiffness is very low, the power generated has a low energy rating, and if the stiffness is very high, then maximum amount of energy will be lost in deforming the spring only. Thus, it is very essential to find the spiral spring with a suitable stiffness to give required amount of power for satisfactory time duration. Initially, the spring is preloaded by 45 degree of angular displacement, and it is further displaced by 120 degree to make total deformation of 165 degree. It must be considered that even after releasing the energy, the spring does not exceed the lower limit of 45 degree. From the simulation, it is observed that the spring stiffness is equal to 16 Newton meter per radian is having a maximum power output. According to this, that spiral spring with stiffness 16 Newton meter per radian was selected for the device. Conclusion: this study leads to develop of device which is specially designed to harvest oscillation from ocean wave into electric energy output. Novel mechanism is proposed to convert ocean wave oscillation into unidirectional rotary motion. This device is capable to store small amplitude wave energy in the form of strain energy into elastic member, that is a spiral spring. This store energy is released by means of mechanical arrangement and fed to the electric generator. Numerical simulation were performed for different operating frequency, and the power generated was observed. The MATLAB simulation reveals that the wave energy harvester will require 28 cycles to complete a single energy stroke. Upon completion of the energy storage stroke, the peak electrical power delivered by the generator is 1.87 watt. These are the references I have used for my research paper. Thank you.
Very good presentation, dear Valmik. Very nice. Your research is, you have done appropriate research for your title actually. Can you hear my voice, all of you?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. I would like to just pinch on one particular aspect. I just want to know whether you have focused on that particular point. Did you take into consideration about fluid dynamics, because it's a ocean monitoring system, right? So do you consider fluid dynamics
Sir,
into account?
fluid dynamics, I have I have not totally consider, but during a MATLAB simulation, I have used some equations for that is related to fluid dynamics. Means what much force we have getting from the height of wave, and how much force is applied to mechanical float, which is further converted into rotation.
Okay, right. Okay. Then we can, sir, you can take over this session for questionnaires. Other person, Premanand, you can.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Valmik, sir, it was a very good presentations. Valmik, could you please tell me that here, how many different parameters are used for, means here the monitoring of ocean parameters. So how many different parameters we can monitor? And about the energy generations, how much energy we can generate, that one.
Sir, monitoring a different parameters means I have just present one system that generate electricity, which is further used in different applications. Means used for sensors. That sensors can be used for any type of sensor, any type of applications. Means measuring a temperature, pressure, chemical contamination level, and so on, so much. So I have not stick with the what type of application further they use. I have stick with only that electricity it can generate. Wave energy harvester is generate electricity.
So which different types of sensors are used? Because you might have used underwater also. For which type of sensors are used?
Sir, in this paper, I have not considered the what type of sensor that is used. I just create energy. I have read research paper. They and how much energy is sufficient to generate actuate the sensor that I have to achieve, which is 1.87 watt.
Okay. So can we generate more than that energy?
Sir, this is a miniature model. I have to plan to means for major models also. This means this same parameter. I have tried to elaborate and try to generate more power.
Yes, thank you, Valmik. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Any questions
Okay, moving
from the
further.
audience?
Any question?
Any questions from the audience?
From audience side? No. Then Nikita, you can go ahead.
Okay, so moving forward, now the second paper we have is from Sujit Kumar Dwivedi, Daya Yadav, Syed Anas Ansar, Mohammad Waris Khan, Dhirendra Pandey, Rais Ahmed Khan. Paper ID 7138, a novel paradigm, cloud fog integrated IoT approach.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there anyone to present?
Yes, ma'am. Jay Yadav. May I share my screen, ma'am?
Sure, ma'am, sure.
Please switch on your camera also. Ms. Jaya, we can't hear you.
Wait. Now my screen is visible. Very good afternoon to everyone.
Yes, ma'am.
Very good afternoon to everyone, respected all here. Today, I, Jay Yadav from Baba Saheb Bhimrao Ambedkar University, Lucknow. I'm going to present here my research topic is a novel paradigm cloud fog integrated IoT approach. The authors of this papers are Sujit Kumar Dwivedi, Syed Anas Ansar, Mohammad Waris Khan sir, Dhirendra Pandey sir, and Ari Khan sir. These are the these are the topic which I am going to discuss further. The intro of the paper and objective architecture of the fog computing, the challenges which are faced in IoT, and including fog challenges, and at last I am concluding my paper. As we know, cloud computing is one of the most cutting edge technologies that has enabled on-demand access to multiple scale resources via the internet to reshape the world, even though cloud computing prevailed before 2010. But this technology acquired significant momentum in the 2010s when firms began shifting partial workloads off premises. This expansion of a cloud computing is nothing less, but it's in technological progression and and we can say it a kind of a miracle which facilitate virtual services in the form of SaaS, software as a service, platform as a service, and infrastructure as a service, which enables users to access on-demand services, even despite its extraordinary
benefits and services, cloud computing has also several hurdles that hinders and limits its usability, it's like low sorry its extraordinary benefits are like including computing features and low cost storage resources. But behalf of all these benefits, cloud computing has a several hurdles, as technology advances, then IoT devices have escalated their IoT devices has escalated with explosive expansion, and this expansion linking physical devices with virtual devices, as we have seen that million of IoT devices interconnected nowadays, and it generates extensive amount of data that originating from IoT devices, and this expansion of IoT significantly impacts the existing cloud network. Means it raises the demand for the real-time processing of a big data that emanates means that originate the overloading of the cloud server, especially it become problematic in a time critical setting, like in a medical field and healthcare sectors, where milliseconds can mean the difference between the life and death. uh, fog computing can be a good paradigm which overcome these limitations because it can coexist and collaborate with centralized cloud system. Next, the objective of the paper is mainly, as I earlier discussed, that cloud has performed. Sorry, cloud is actually based on a centralized architecture. It enables users to access on-demand services. But behalf of all these benefits, there is some issues like high latencies, lack of location awareness, vulnerabilities to cyber attack, and outage concern. These are several issues. To overcome these issues, fog computing can be a good paradigm that overcome these limitations, because it can coexist and collaborate with centralized cloud system, while it also extending them to the network edge, where end devices can interact through fog, which I later discussed. And as after fog computing, organizations are strictly shifting to fog computing to address such issues that broaden the cloud and enable it to become the primary commodity. Uh, as in fog computing, the nodes of local computing, that is fog nodes, become the endpoint through which data centers of the clouds are linked. Means end user communicate with fog node, and then the fog node interact with data centers of the cloud. In this way, the communication is going on. It is the basic general architecture of fog computing, where end user interact with the fog region, and there is a fog node which communicate with cloud to access their data. Means in this architecture, it's mainly a general hierarchical architecture of fog computing, which based on a model computing architecture. This architecture is basically three tiers architecture, where cloud, fog, and edge layers is basically, and it is a core network. There is a core network that lies between the cloud and fog layers, that can be depicted in this figure. Here, the cloud is located at the top core, where fog nodes are interacted with it. We can also observe that fog node is linked with an end user, and here the linking is like fog to fog, and S to fog, and fog to cloud node. Means it provide bi-directional communication here. Uh, Later means on behalf of a study, they on behalf of studies and several researchers, actually the fog computing architecture is comprises into these six layer. The layer is named as physical and virtualization layer, where physical and virtual nodes are connected to each other, and Sensors are geographically distributed, which detect environment and communicate with the upper layer. And after that, monitoring layer, which monitor these resources and uh, monitor these resources in a proper way to utilize it, so like availability of fog and sensors node. After that, pre-processing layer, which perform data analysis and data trimming, means it's filtering exact valuable data that is further stored for pre-process. And in the security layer, we ensure that these data must be ensure the user's privacy and integrity. That should be encrypted and decrypted data. Rather, after that, transport layer, where pre-processed data and secure data is uploaded to the cloud. Actually, this figure depicts how the data is stored to the cloud in a secured way. After that, during my study, I have identified these challenges in IoT: latency constraint, network security challenges, and resource constraint devices. In latency constraints means when the IoT devices are interconnected with cloud, then high latency problems are mostly arises. But after fog, it performs various time sensitive action that close to the user meet and overcome the latency issues. And in networking, to overcome this challenge, fog computing provides data that has to be accessed depending on the demand of specific applications. And even the services which are interrupted in a IoT. This is also handled via fog computing. It function independently and deliver continuous services in the IoT. After that, security challenges. This also overcome via fog computing as its substitute resource constraint application that allow IoT devices always to update their security credential. In this way, user can protect themselves, means secure themselves from any kind of security issues and resource constraint devices. In this challenge, when a huge amount of resources are required to perform multiple operations that cannot be uploaded to the cloud easily. So this ultimately means arises a problem. So this problem is also overcome via the fog computing. It ultimately means for computing ultimately reduce the device complexity, power consumptions, and its maintenance cost. After that, the fog challenges were I have discussed here. Even as earlier I have discussed that advantages and benefits points of the fog, but on behalf of their positive impact, there is also a negative impact. These impacts are related to authentication and authorization. Means without proper authentication, no one have to authorize to access anything. So this challenge must to be overcome. And malicious attack is also one of the major challenges, where man in the middle attacks where rises. And resource management, security, and scalability, as well as energy consumptions are also upcoming challenges that need to be overcome in future research work. Uh, After that, I'm concluding my work. As a breakthrough of cloud computing has enabled on-demand computing services to a wide range of a scalable software resource via the internet. But while its many advantages and services like the cloud, which mainly know via this term pay as you go, it also reduce computing and storage resources. But on behalf of all these advantages, it has several clampdowns that challenges its usability. So for computing is more advanced, and it enlarged its variation of cloud computing that primarily address the issues of low latency and location awareness and mobility. These issues are overcome after the fog computing after utilizing fog computing. However, because of its fog computing open and distributed architecture, it also become vulnerable to some security threats that need to be overcome also in future. And additionally, there must be some encrypted security policy, means security procedures that maintain its security, which is currently lacking in the current system. This is the references which I have used in my research work, and thank you.
Ms. Jaya, you have
Yes, sir.
given a presentation, good presentation, okay. Many points you have mentioned, but I like to ask you one important thing.
Yes, sir.
You just answered this question from my side. How is fog computing is able to reduce latency in your application network? You give just one point for clarity. How fog computing is able to reduce latency? Can you please answer this question?
So actually, actually end devices are interacting with fog nodes. Means it works like a mediator. Means uh, when we directly interact, means it's kind like the data which we mostly access, it's already stored in a fog node. Means it's already stored in a fog computing, so we can easily its access. Means rather than going on the main location, it already stored there, which we mostly use. So this way it can overcome.
Anyway, your answer is not clear. Uh, I can pass on the question to others. Sadhya, Premanand, you can go ahead.
Yes, yes. Thank you, sir. Yeah. Jaya, could you please tell me about the security? How many different attacks are checked? Have you checked the different types of attacks? Because in the cloud computing, the security is the main concern. So,
Like collision attack, man in the middle attack, eavesdropping, and denial of service attack. These are the major attacks which I have studied during my research work.
have you checked on your model different types of attacks and the performance of your model?
Currently, I haven't means checked with real data.
Okay. And why you feel that against this attack your model will perform better? What is the reason behind it?
Actually, I haven't checked it on real data, so I haven't idea about this.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, do we move to next presentation now, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay.
Sir, just ask the audience if there is any question. Just if there is any question from them.
Yes, yes.
Do we have any questions from the attendees? I guess.
Attendees can write their question in question and answer box.
In chat box.
If they want to.
Okay, I think we have no questions right now. We may move to our next presentation. And also a humble request to all the authors, please present by the given time by our panelists. Okay, so the next presentation is Paper ID is 7257. The authors are Vishal Das, Tapan Nahar, and Sanyog Rawat. Do we have them present here? Paper ID 7257. I guess there must be some issue they are having. Let's then move on to the next presentation. The paper ID is 7333. The authors are Keshav Kaushik, Alpana Das, Ayush Dhankar. Do we have them? Please acknowledge.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you may start your presentation.
Okay. Sir, is my screen visible?
Yes, yes.
Should I start with the
Alpana, and
presentation?
also, please open your camera.
Okay, sure. So, sir, our title was an approach for exploiting and mitigating Log4j using Log4 shell vulnerability. The authors are Keshav Kaushik, Alpana Das, and Ayush Dhankar. So basically our paper was the initial vulnerability in Log4j is known as CVE 2021-44228. It was first reported to the Apache Software Foundation on November 24, 2021. The Log4j development team had a fix for the issue by December 6, but the project didn't publicly disclose the presence of a high impact security flaw. The Log4j exploit began as a single vulnerability, but it became a series of issues involving Log4j and the Java naming the directory interface. So basically, our question is, what is Log4j? Log4j is an Apache software that is used to log different events that happen in Java-based applications. Since it is a part of Apache Software Foundation, it is an open source and free to use, and it is very commonly used in many organizations. And it is used for logging different user activities and events. And it is one of the easiest ways to block activities. Log4j is a part of Apache Logging Services project, an open source effort within the Apache Software Foundation. So what is a logging library structure? What is logging library structure? It is just a logging library that is created by Apache, and one of the reasons why Log4j is so popular, it is because it enables logging at runtime without affecting the actual application binary, and that basically just means you have a very lightweight library that can be used for logging, and it won't affect the actual speed or performance of your application. And you also have a lot of control into what goes into the output of whatever log files that your logs are dumping. Log4j is used by developers to keep track of what happens in their software applications or online services. It is basically a huge journal of the activity of the system or application. Methodology. Initially, the information gathering is done about the target. This phase is also known as the reconnaissance and footprinting phase. In the second step, scanning is done, means the attacker will try to collect as much as information about the target. In third step, the main attack, that is exploitation, is done on the target, followed by the maintaining the access, detection, bypassing, and mitigation. At last, the patch is applied so that the target is no longer vulnerable. Start information gathering. Start with basic reconnaissance to understand what ports are open on the machine. This is the best done with the Linux distribution like Kali Linux with the nmap command line tool. We can access Apache Solr via our web browser. In essence, Apache Solr is a robust search engine that is used to improve search indexes or search queries for massive volumes of data. Businesses or website that needs a search engine for a lot of content utilized. A part of that functionality involves the use of a course about Apache Solr. So then we have the second step is scanning. Um, in scanning, to perform the scanning, you may experience issues with that you need to download few task files. The task files will essentially provide you with the Solr logs to get the understanding of what information is being logged. And that's primarily where the vulnerability comes into play. Then further, you should download the folder and put on the desktop under log4j. Extracting those Solr logs, you will have the Solr log. And then exploitation. When accessing it from the web interface, the revealed URL endpoint, it must be preceding by the Solr prefix. Log4j, log specific parameters payload to abuse log4j vulnerability. The malicious JNDI payload invokes a plugin and then connects to an LDAP server to specify the IP addresses of that server. The general payload to exploit this log4j issue may already be known. Then we have maintaining the access. Here sudo I checked your suspensor permission, which grants persistence and access to this machine via SSH. Momentarily become root and change the password for the Solr user to one of your choices. It is needed essentially changing the password of the Solr user. It will get updated successfully, then log in and accept it. After that, you will be able to log in and have successfully established persistence. Then we have detection. The information security community has been an incredible outpouring of support and effort to develop tooling scripts and encode to better constrain this threat. The JNDI payload is a standard and typical syntax for performing this attack. If you have a penetration test, the syntax might be caught by a web application firewall or easily detected as companies are already doing. The payload can ultimately access all the same expansion substitutions and temptating tricks that the package makes available. This means that a threat actor could use any sort of tricks to hide, mask, or obfuscate the payload. Then our last step was mitigation and patching. The mitigation technique suggested on Apache Solr website for every application that is affected by this vulnerability. They have instructions for how you can patch the vulnerable, and the most of them have disabled the end JDI lookup. In case of Apache Solr, they recommend enabling the options format. Patching at the time of creating this exercise, Apache Solr has not yet been released with the formal patch. Each and every one of us to raise awareness on this incident and the community accountability for actively responding. When the time comes, roll on the patches that have been made available and continue to hunt for instances of this vulnerability. So these were the references, and this was all our paper was about.
Very good presentation, Alpana.
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Alpana, can you please list out the exploitations that can be covered by Log4j?
Excuse me, sir. May I know that is
Exploitation
my
in the sense, the exploitations like vulnerabilities that can be list of vulnerabilities that can be taken care.
that can be
You
taken into
understand, like exfiltration, data of exfiltration, deployments, unusual deployments. You understand what I mean?
the vulnerabilities that can be found is AWS, IBM, Cloudflare, Cisco.
Okay.
Yes.
Can you please tell me one vulnerability that can be handled by that can be easily handled by Log4j?
Actually, your voice is not audible to me.
Can you hear me now? Is it here? Is it
Yes,
possible?
yes,
Okay.
yes, yes.
Can you please tell me one vulnerability handled by Log4j? Can you
So
just
Log4j is an issue that is a type of remote code execution vulnerability, and that can handle a critical vulnerability impact, which is impact in what which could potentially be exploited by a remote attacker to get a Log4j.
okay? Right, sir. Premanand sir, you can carry on, sir.
Yeah, yes. Thank you, sir. Yeah, Alpana, could you please tell me that about the detections and what is the innovative part in this model? Could you please tell, Alpana?
So detection.
Ah, in detections, you mentioned that one in the detections. And what is the innovative part in that? Or in the overall model, what is the innovative part? Could you please tell?
Innovating basically this vulnerability has been found, and we have done the steps to found the vulnerability.
So, the what type of modifications you are done for that? Or
The modifications that we have done.
yeah,
So we
or
have
your
completed.
contributions just to detect, because just now, sir has asked you the questions regarding the vulnerability. How do you detect by using that one? But you didn't answer that. So, could you please explore that part? Could you please explain? Ah, yes. Al- Alpana, can you hear me? Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So the detection was basically about the taking look at the logs and then to notice that the JNDI
Yes. Yeah. But
JNDI is
just
loaded.
based on the log only, you are going to detect.
Yes, yes. Based on the logs we have just detected, and then to look at the log entries,
So,
which
have you
log
checked
file is affected by the log4j vulnerability.
But have you checked
The
other parameter also? You need to check the other parameter also, no? Get to detect different types of vulnerability. Just only based on the log is not sufficient. What I feel.
Alpana, you can switch on your camera at least.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Pana. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Okay, okay, sir. Let's move to the next presentation now. Okay, in the next presentation, we have paper ID 5800, Dr. E. Said Muhammad. Do we have him present here? Please acknowledge. Paper ID 5800. I guess he's not present here. So let's move on to the next one. The paper ID is 7744. The author is Gayaz Ahmed, Faraz Hassan, Faisal Ahmed, Aslam
I'm
Khan.
here.
Okay, so now you may present, you are the panelist.
Is it visible?
Yes.
So good afternoon, and this is Gayas Ahmed, a research scholar at the Department of Commerce, Aligarh Muslim University. So today I am here for my presentation, the solving portfolio selection problem using whale optimization algorithm. So as we know, this is the flow of the presentation, starting with introduction, followed by literature review, problem formulation, methodology, findings of the study, then conclusion. So starting with the introduction of portfolio. So the process of investing in the stock market is divided into two steps. The first objective is to creating an ideal portfolio with a focus on improving the risk-return relationship. And the second one is the administration of risk and return, so that as to minimize the risk and to maximize the return. So this is known as a diversification process. So in 1952, Markowitz developed a quantitative methodology for the portfolio selection problem and portfolio optimization problem. So they create an efficient frontier, which is a collection of asset portfolio, and that for a given universe of assets, providing the lowest possible risk for a specified level of return. So in this study, we aim to maximize the Sharpe ratio. For this purpose, a new portfolio selection technique employing a well optimization algorithm has been proposed. It's a nature-inspired approach that mimics the haunting process of sea whales and the mathematical model of humpback whale optimization, containing three processes such as encircling the prey, spiral bubble net attacking, and the searching prey, that is the exploration process. So encircling the prey will try to find the prey's location and encircle them. It's assumed that the optimal solution is not known prior and that the target prey will be current best candidate solution or closely tends to the optimum. The second process, bubble net attack, this is the behavior is used for exploitation. The whales swim along a spiral-shaped path into a shrinking circle around the prey in parallel. The third step is searching for prey. The variation in the vector A is used for the exploration phase of the prey, and this is the fact that initially whales try to search the prey randomly, and this search depends on their locations of each other. The fourth step, the constraint handling procedure. The sum of money invested in all the stocks should be equal to 100%. If any portfolio is violated, then we should make 100% by normalization of weights. So there are some literature review by Change et al. 2000 recommended using the genetic algorithm, simulated paneling, and taboo search in order to optimize the portfolio selection objectives while adhering to cardinality constraints. And this is the second study in 1995. Particle swarm optimization approach is used for the most prevalent assay algorithm technique in this study. Kura 2009 proposed a novel solution methodology using PSO for cardinality constraint portfolio selection and suggested the benchmark measure. Fernandez and Gomez in 2007 uses an artificial neural network-based heuristic technique to identify the effective frontier associated to the portfolio selection issue. Then the Gao et al. In 2018, the activities of honeybee colonies served as a model for the development of artificial bee colony optimization. And then in 2018, the results indicate that the ACU is much more robust and effective than PSO. This is another study by Tuba and Buckney in 2014. The blinking lights of the fireflies that are seen in ocean serve for the firefly algorithm, and the ABC algorithm was modified to induce FA search. This is a study by Shahid et al. 2022, provide a stochastic fractal search-based methods, including an unconstrained selection model to maximize the Sharpe ratio. So this is the whale hunt by process, starting with encircling their prey, then followed by bubble net attack, searching for prey, and the constraint handling procedure. This is the problem formulation part. To invest in various stocks, bonds, and other investments, a portfolio P is equal to S1 securities, S2, S3, followed by Sn is designed to combine the N assets. So their relative weights in the portfolio are represented as follows: W1, W2, and followed by Wn. The anticipated returns from the investment are as follows: R1, R2, R3, and Rn. And this is the problem formulation. Now the portfolio risk and the anticipated return can be estimated by using equation first and second. The first one for is the risk and second one for the return, where Wy indicates the relative weight of chosen stock, Si of the fund portfolio P, and covariance Ij is the covariance between security S1 and Sj. And this is the minimizing this risk minus 1 minus mu into return, subject to the constraint these first, second, third, whereas the 1 denotes the fully invested constraints, and second stands for the constraints limiting the ability to short sales, and 3 refers to the boundary constraint that must be met for the weight of securities. So these are the computational results that are obtained for the comparative performance of WA with the result of the genetic algorithm. These experiments are run on processor Intel i7R with 16 GB RAM using MATLAB. Have the DAX100 dataset of the German Stock Exchange is employed. So we can see the finding, and the outcome is outperformed with the genetic algorithm represented by blue color of WOA, that is well optimization algorithm, in figure 1 as well as in figure 2. So it is evident from the results presented in figures in previous slides with 1 and 2 that the proposed DO-based solution method performs better than the GA, that is a genetic algorithm proposed by Cheng et al. In 2000. On the account of convergence rate and optimal solution for objectives on efficient frontiers. Also, we can see in figure 2, the efficient frontier produced by WOA is superior to the efficient frontier produced by GA. So the main objective of using WOA is to find out the optimal fitness value, which is the weighted sum of risk and return. And this algorithm initially starts with population and mimics the hunting methods of whale to achieve the optimal results. So now to conclude this paper, it is an extremely frequent practice in today's world to simulate the intelligence and behavior of animals and insects to find the solution to optimization problems. This work suggested a new meta-heuristic algorithm to address the portfolio selection problem using well optimization algorithm. For the performance assessment, a computational evaluation has been conducted with a comparative study of proposed WOA-based solution results with the results of genetic algorithm on the DX100 dataset, which of the German Stock Exchange. The study shows the better performance of proposed WA-based solution than the GA on convergence rate and obtained optimal solution on the efficient frontiers. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Gayas. Very nice presentation. Very short and very fast presentation too. Anyway, the problem statement is very nice. That is portfolio optimization actually. But I would like to ask you, can you please go to the slide where you have shown the graph? That's a graphical representation.
This slide, sir?
Yes, exactly. So you are comparing the optimization results of WOA and GA only, am I right?
Yeah, yes.
You are taking only these two algorithm only.
Yeah, actually, this is the working paper. So initially, and in the next for the journal paper, we will include like SATA with the more inconclusive result or more enhanced results.
Why? Because if you compare 3-4 algorithms, then what happens? We can go for best optimized results. Am I right or not?
Yes, sir. Yes, exactly.
Just comparing two algorithm, if you go for a research solution, it won't be fruitful for the public domain or research domain people. Am I right?
Yes, exactly.
So I would like to suggest you have to go for a more comparative analysis for this optimization. Okay, sir. Right? That is my suggestion. Sir, you can go ahead. Dr. Premanand, you can go ahead, sir.
Yes. Thank you. Thanks. So, Gayas, could you please tell optimal fitness value? How do we calculate that one you have mentioned? The optical fitness value. How do we calculate that one?
Sir, that is based on the efficient frontier provided by the Sharpe ratio. So when the risk is less and the return is maximum, so this is the optimal front line.
By using that we can calculate.
Yeah.
Here, could you please tell about the whale optimization algorithms? How it actually works? Some information about the whale optimization algorithms. How it is useful for that portfolio? How do you optimize that one?
So actually, initially it was used in mechanical engineering. So inspired with the optimization results. So we employed, actually it works by in sequence, like starting with encircling the prey. So in this section, like whales try to find out the prey's location. So first stage is encircling their prey. And the second, that is the bubble net attack. So whale attack their prey. That is also represented by the equation. And the third, that search for prey, and the fourth, the constraint handling procedures. So these are the four sequences given followed by their respective equations. So this is the process.
Okay, And how it is useful that the portfolio, if you optimize that one, how it is useful?
Actually, so we compared of results. So they outperform the genetic algorithm. So that is the benchmark standard. We compare our results with those change at all in 2000 that proposed by the using genetic algorithm. So the values are better values are coming by employing this technique.
And in your presentation, it is expected your main focus should be on the mathematical model.
Yes, sir. Yes.
You have given the just overview, but your main focus should be on the mathematical model in your algorithms.
So that is presented in paper, sir. There is a lengthy process. That's why.
Okay, thank you, guys. Good. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you all the members in the panel.
Any other questions from the audience?
Any questions from the attendees, please raise your hand, or you could just drop in some message or question.
We can go ahead.
Okay, let's move on with the next presentation. The paper ID is 7609. Manu MR.
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah. Okay. Shall I
start? Yes.
Okay. Thank you. So my screen is clear.
Yes, your screen is visible, and can you switch on your camera?
Yeah, sure. 1 minute. Is it okay now?
Yes, you may start.
1 minute. Okay. Shall I? Okay. So good afternoon to one and all. Myself, Manu Emma. I'm from Calcutta University Research Scholar. I'm presenting my paper predicting the correlation of colorectal lymphoma using convolution neural network under the supervision of Dr. T. Punkudi. So I'll start with my topics. Okay, so these are my outlines, what I'm presenting in this conference for my paper. So introduction, abstract, objectives, research survey, and problem statement. And here in this paper, mainly I'm taking two stages of results and the correlation in the convolution neural network based upon the colorectal lymphoma that we call it as colon cancer. So these are the outline. So let me start with the introduction. So as we know that in the currently as an Asian, as an Indian, the colon cancer is one of the third prevalent cancer in India mostly. So as we know, the colorectal cancer or the colorectal lymphoma mainly based upon the colon and the rectum, both sections which having a lymph or unusual creation of cells in the large intestines. So the main appearance of main two factors are the size of the cancer and second one, the disease metallic stage. From the picture, it is clear that this is a colon lymph that's formation in the large intestines, which is a malignancy. Okay, so this can be detected or predicted using our algorithm. My area is in I have taken two data set for the analysis, and there are two stages in the paper is referred. Next one, for the abstract, I'll give you the whole details of the paper. As I told you, there are two stages in this paper. The first stage, what is that is that we are in the first stage, the automated colorectal volume calculation using 3D MRI images. The first stage we taken as MRI images, and we will calculate how much the size of the corresponding lymph node is using an algorithm that is described as a multi-scale phase level set segmentation process. Here I focus on segmentation process mainly using the CNN algorithm same. So and after that, after having this one, a 3D simulation of limbs of colon cancer can be rendered using logical Fresnel model, and will get accurate results in the first stage of how the length of the limb. And the second stage mainly deals with the second stage is mainly used for the getting more accuracy in the classification rate. So the second stage mainly deal with the classifier is deep residual Boltzmann convolution network. Before that, the segmentation is done using semi-supervised fuzzy logic clustering algorithm, and we use a scaled down Beathard optimization for getting the higher the detection rate in classifier. And main objective is, as we know that for any medical practitioner, this colon cancer, they cannot predict whether after getting an MRI image, they cannot predict that how many limbs are there, what is the size of the limb is very difficult, because when they open in the surgery, it can be more number of limbs can be formed, and the size of the limb can be increased. Like maybe they have an estimation like a 1 millimeter, 5 millimeter, but it can be high. So the operation, the time of the operation also will be varied. It may make a complication for the patients. So my algorithm, what is telling is they are giving an accurate result for the medical practitioner. How much is the length of the corresponding limb? That's the first thing. The second thing is, after the second stage, the high accuracy of a prediction can be optimized using for a medical practitioner, and the research is having a good performance rate. I made some performance criteria like accuracy, we calculated specificity and sensitivity based upon different other convolution neural algorithms. So these are the literature work we did. The first, I compared my algorithm with STVG, self-place transfer visual geometric group of CNN, then SLVGG, transfer learning, and UNet and CNN. These are the literature work what I focused. And in the second stage, CNN inception and ResNet, WNet, and ResNet 80. These are the second stage what I compared with in the with my second stage of algorithms. So what is the problem statement? Mainly, as we know that in stage one, the main thing existing research only having the quality is the main problem for the current method, and homogeneity and the validation and the additional features are not calculated for the current existing methods. So in my stage one, I retrieve my proposed work or the proposed method rectify all these problems. And then stage two, as we know that the accuracy of the classifier and the segmentation is improved using my algorithm in the stage two. This is the data sets I taken. One I got from the hospital, and another is the online trained data from these are the two data sets what I take. The type tumor data set, and we'll focus on the first work of my thing. That's proposed work first stage. So in the initial stage, as I told you, I'm taking MRI images. First, the MRI image data sets are taken, and first we do the first stage. But the first stage of work is mainly related to find the volume calculation. So first, I given this pre-processing is done using weighted adaptive medical filtering. And after that, there's a uplift like Laplacian partial differential equation used for enhance the corresponding data, the corresponding images given from the MRI image. And after that, the feature is extracted using iterative multilinear component based feature extraction. And after that, the segmentation is done using multi-scale phase level set segmentation. And after segmentation, we have two sets. One is 2D abnormal image, and one is the normal image. And we get the abnormal image, we have to find the volume calculation. So for that, we use the DICOM converter to convert the corresponding JPEG image into DICOM format. And after, by using the logical Fresnel model, we get a 3D model of the lesion. And the correct estimation of the volume of the limb can be calculated using from the first stage. And in next stage, in stage two, and these are the results from the first stage. The first stage, the first line, the first column reflects the MRI images we inputted, and the second is what we predicted probability of the colorectal results. We got it from the first stage. And after that, I explained that already I compared the algorithms with the existing methods, and I compared different parameters: accuracy, specificities, sensitivity, and risk factors. So here you can see, like after first we to the accuracy of my algorithm, that's my algorithm multi-scale phase level segmentation process. When we like input more number of images, the accuracy is highest up to 99% compared to other algorithms, STVGG and TLVGG and UNet and SegNet. These are higher accuracy I got from the compared to the other algorithms. And specificity is also in 99%, and sensitivity also varies in the high prediction sensitivity. We got it from the first stage. And after the first stage, we have an estimation of correct volume calculation. Then the stage 2 is mainly focused on the classifier. We want to get the high prediction rate of accuracy for the classifier. For that, I told you that this deep residual convolution network. So here, these are the stages. First, you use CT images, and the first, when you go for pre-processing using the curvature-based Sherwood model is done, and after that, it is given for the segmentation process. And it's a segmentation process, we did semi-supervised fuzzy logic methods, and we got the segmented images, and the corresponding segmented images, we find the corresponding features using gray level co-occurrence metrics, which will determine the exact texture feature. After getting the exact texture feature, there is some there is a difficulty to find the best feature. For the finding the best feature, dimensionality reduction is done using the Bayard optimization algorithm. And after that main thing is that the reduce our classifier training and the testing time, and we got the accurate correct features only. Finally, it will given for the classification using the deep residual convolution network, and the method is high generalization and stability score we got from the stage 2. And these are the outputs. First, we use the sample input, and after that, I told you I'm performing the segmentation process, and we got the segment output. And finally, we got the malignant and the normal images by finding the current limb, that is whether there is malignant or not. Is correctly it classify the corresponding inputted images into malignant limb and unmalignant. And these are the things. And next one, these are the result analysis of the stage 2. Stage 2, we use the deep residual Boltzmann algorithm. This is compared with accuracy of inspection, ResNet, and other algorithm. We got 96% of accuracy, and sensitivity also we got it 94.2% highly, and the specificity also we got it 93.5% compared to the other. And other things, these are the correlation between the stages what we compared. In stage 1, for pre-processing, we use weighted adaptive median filter and uplift Laplacian partial differential algorithm. But to the stage 2, it used curvature-based Sherwood filter and contrast limited that histogram equalization method. And then feature extraction, here the stage 1 is iterative multilinear component analysis. In stage 2, it's used the scaled down Bayard optimization algorithm. And the other things are like these are the things. And segmentation is done in multi-scale phase level in stage 1, but in stage 2, it is using semi-supervised fuzzy logic. And last, in stage 1, we are getting in volume using 3D construction method, but in here the stage 2, we are getting the classification using the deep residual Boltzmann algorithm. So as we conclude, by using these 2 stages, the best outcome of the performance of method we got it, more efficient and more accurate results we got it. But when we compare to the other current methods, they have they perform the correct results, but the accuracy and sensitivity, all the other performance factors are reduced or is gradually like highest to our algorithm. And in future, when we use for this is used for the colon cancer, that's colorectal lymphoma. We can use for this same algorithms. We can use for the liver fibrosis, and we can use the thermogram pictures for using the higher accuracy. The proposed technique was executed very accurately, and I got the like most prominent results. And these are the reference papers what I referred to, as I discussed in the literature also. These are the papers what I referred. Thank you.
Very good presentation, Manu. A lot of inputs you have given regarding colonal cancer,
Yeah,
and there is a good research on your work also. I appreciate
Thank you, sir.
that.
Yeah.
I would like to ask one question.
Sure, of course.
You depend on MRI imaging.
Yeah,
right?
MRI image in stage 1, CT image on
Uh,
stage 2. Yeah.
Okay, but what happens is in MRI,
Yeah.
there are some defects in MRI image processing also, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. There are
How do you
others. Yeah.
overcome? How do you overcome that in your research output?
Okay. So in MRI image, when I got the MRI, initially there were I didn't use this algorithm. Initially, I told you multi-scale phase level algorithms. I'm not came with that algorithm. Initially, I started with other algorithms like SVM cat classifiers, but I didn't get any accurate results. All the results are gradually into 85 to 90. So when I use this convolution neural network with the addition of this this changes in the algorithms, I got the high rate because MRI images always it will resembles some results, but it cannot be accurate results we cannot calculate. Even when we see even if a medical person or a doctor cannot get accurate the formation of the limb. But when we use this one image processing with this algorithm, the results can be highly high probability of occurrence can be detected.
I would like to ask you, apart from MRI, why don't you
Yeah.
take one more or two more options for
Yeah.
image process?
Yeah, of course. Thermo image, I just I discussed with my guide, we can use thermo image, but she told that later in the future we can use currently because you know that data rendering is very difficult in a system. So when we go to both stages, my system almost the time of latency is very high. So that's why she told we discuss and later I'll use the other images.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Premanand sir, you can go ahead, sir.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, nice presentation, Manu.
Thank you, sir.
Here, I would like to ask the questions about the semi-supervised fuzzy clustering concepts.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, because initially I'm not focused on that algorithms, because as I told you this one like a semi supervised this whatever the data I got it is from the medical from the hospital, that the data are not in a proper manner. When we included this semi supervised fuzzy clustering method, the limb node whatever that gets from the different parameters or different images from the hospitals, I have a common property. It got a common property, and that's why I thought that it can be used for a clustering method. If a better clustering method we use with the fuzzy logic.
Yeah, why semi-supervised? Because the label as well as unlabeled data is available
Unlabeled data.
for that.
Yeah,
that's why
exactly.
semi-supervised. Okay.
Yeah,
and
that's
here
why I
you
use this one. Yeah.
CNN, by using the CNN, you got a 99% accuracy. And CNN inspection also you have mentioned that.
Inspection. Yeah, that's actually.
What is the difference? That why by using CNN only you got 99% accuracy as compared to CNN inspection?
Actually, CNN inspection, I didn't find actually. I compared this accuracy rate with the other journal papers. But journal papers, the authors already given the data sets. Like I requested to the author, and we got that. So when I compare that because inspection is like when we compare this one here, 1 minute.
Yeah, in one of the paper you have mentioned that yes, and it is already implemented by some authors.
Yeah, some authors, exactly.
So why you got the 99% and why they got the 97 or 96%? What is the reason behind it?
That is based upon the algorithm what I used. Because when we use a deep residual convolution network, the accuracy rate is highest because highest prediction value instance target we got it. And based upon when I compare to the other instances, I think in the paper what I referred in the inception, they are not getting a higher instance. When it's purely based upon the algorithm what we implemented. then the name and the namespace is what I like included in the algorithms. That's why I'm getting the 96%. And
Same,
here also,
on the
yeah.
same data set, on the same data set or different?
No. Same. Yeah, this one inception. The first stage I got from the same data set, but the stage 2 I got from the hospital.
And also your model will provide the exact location, the stage of that cancer, and also the other
I'm not giving like it's giving 100% or 99. It's whatever the algorithms what I perform, it's better compared to the existing current methods.
No, you have mentioned, this is one suggestion that you talk
Yeah,
about
sure,
the
sure.
detection.
Okay,
Whether
sir.
you are going to provide some analysis about that cancers, that is in which stage, the impact of that cancer, that
Okay. Yeah,
cells
that.
on the other
Yeah. Okay, sure.
body. So that
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 I'll
will be better if you
perform.
are going to include.
Yeah, sure. Of course. Okay, yeah, sure. Because that will be maybe the next stage of my work. Maybe in
Will
the
add
later.
more value to your.
Yeah, sure. Of course.
Okay, thank you, Manu. Yes,
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Manu, sir. Actually, we have one more question from a student.
Yeah,
I would
sure.
like
Of
him
course,
to
no problem.
ask,
Sir, thank you for such an insightful presentation.
You're welcome.
So, sir, my question is that how does this colorectal cancer happens, and does chemotherapy works on it?
Actually, this work, why I taken is maybe 5 years before, my uncle got this colon cancer. He is expired. That is the main motivation for take this paper. Okay, but chemotherapy doesn't make any sense, because if I detected in initial stage, it will be good. But when we later, it is mainly giving a weakness for the patients. We treated in homeo method. That's something like about 6 months, 7 months is sustained. But chemotherapy will be given maybe effects for the surveillance. But I don't think so. The chemotherapy is a good treatment. Better to make if this is a third stage, we can make some operations, something. But other than that, no other treatments are good. That's why this colon cancer, we cannot, we are not we don't have any symptoms. Even main problem with this is our food habits, what I came to know. And another thing, but I'm not included that concept here, because there is there's a form that is called as viruddhaharam in our Ayurveda. Because when we have fish with meat, it can be make a different combination, can affect our body. So if you remove all the things in our habitual nature, and even the other smokers, these all things can be only thing we can redeem. Chemotherapy is only just a treatment for no, we cannot predict for the more years.
And so how much time does it take from stage 1 to stage 2?
Which one? Okay, yeah, it depends. That's the main thing. When when a person have a stage 1 colon cancer, within a week or within a 2 weeks, the replication, that's mutation, can be affected within a week, or maybe it depends on the patient's criteria, the patient's the biological nature. My uncle doesn't have that much. That's why within 6 months he was in 4th stage. So better to avoid.
Thank you, sir.
Better to have a good habitual nature. That will be the only thing I can tell you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Wait for the next presentation.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Manu. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you so much.
So we move on to next presentation. The paper ID is 2456. Pushkar Raj Kiran, Chand
Hello.
Kulkarni. Okay.
Good afternoon, all. Am I audible, sir?
Yes. You can proceed with your presentation.
Okay, I will share my screen.
Okay. Can you also switch on your camera?
Okay, sir. 2 minutes, sir. So there is a problem with sharing my screen. I will try. Wait for a minute.
Okay.
Is my screen visible?
Yeah.
Hello, sir. Hello. Yeah, screen visible?
Yes, it is visible.
Okay, okay. Good afternoon, one and all. My presentation topic is investigation of a damping
Can
and stiffness properties of
Mr. Kiran,
eggshell.
can you be a bit louder? Can you speak louder? Or can you adjust the mic, please?
Okay, okay, I will add. Hello, sir. Am I audible now?
Yes, okay, fine.
Okay, okay. My presentation topic is investigation of damping and stiffness properties of eggshell reinforced with thermoplastic polymer. These are my outline and content of my presentation. Let's go to introduction. First of all, the chicken eggs are an important food item, which we all know. They contains protein, nutrients, also some antibodies, vitamins. So, and they are daily used in our food items, and it is easy to prepare. But what to do about the eggshell? These are waste material only. One of report of America's report is telling like it is report in 2015 and 16, 6.82 million tons per year globally eggshell waste are formed. So the main motto of our research is to waste to value, finding some use of these eggshells so that we can save this waste material. In research we found out the use of this eggshell as a composite material. This is our main literature review. The Jane explained the epoxy composite consisting of date palm fibers, and this composite improved the tensile and shear strength of epoxy composite. And the other research paper was also related to the composite only. They used the jute fibers as a reinforcement. This is also regarding the tensile strength and hardness of epoxy composite. On the same concept, we come to the conclusion that we will use the eggshell microparticles for the improvement of a thermoplastic polymer composite. First of all, we carried out our ACM and EDX study, the scanning electron microscopy and electrode dispersive test for the eggshell particle. The enlarged image of ACM image is shown in our slide. The result of conclusion of our ACM result is the microparticles are of irregular shape. The boundaries are of particle also are of irregular shape, and the particle size is kept in a micron, like 6 to 4 micron particle size are kept. The EDX study is done for the actually the getting idea about the composition of our eggshell. The composition is it is a rich amount of oxygen, calcium, and carbon available in our eggshell particles, which is responsible for their results. This is the EDX. The peak shows the percentage of oxygen, calcium, and the carbon in our eggshell. Now the process of composite making is also an important part. The composite for the making of composite material, we use the following material. First of all, the polypropylene black granules are used as a thermoplastic matrix. It is a thermoplastic material only. And the second one is a third ammonia propylene trioxide. It is used as a coupler. and the third is a eggshell particle is used as reinforced. But the eggshell particles are coated with our refractory material. Alumina is used as a refractory material for this case. And this is the standard process. There are three images you can see on our in my first image that is shown with thermoplastic granules, which is used as matrix. And the second image, upper image, is a coated coated eggshell. And after heating the thermoplastic granules to about 70 to 75-degree temperature, it will made into a liquid form. Then it is mixed with a coupler, and it is mixed with a coated eggshell micropore.
I think he got disconnected. He got
Some network
disconnected.
issue, I think.
Yes.
Let him come back. Let him come back. We wait for 5
We'll
minutes.
just
So,
wait.
sir, in the meantime, should we give chance to the other candidate? There is one more candidate
Wait for 1 minute.
left.
Wait for 1 more minute. Let him come back.
Please come back.
Puskaraj, are we audible to you?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, please continue. There was some network issue, I think. You can continue, please. Puskaraj, you are not audible to us. Hello. Puskaraj, your voice is not coming.
Hello, am I audible, sir?
Yeah, you are audible right now. Now present, please.
Hello, sir. Hello.
Yes, Puskaraj, please continue. Please continue.
Yeah. After making the samples, we carried out a damping test. For the damping test, we used the impact hammer test for the result of a damping test, and we changed the percentage of microparticles in our matrix also, and compared the performance with without reinforcement thermoplastic. So the result was at a 2.8 percentage weight percentage of thermoplastic. We get a improvement in our damping factor, and without eggshell thermoplastic is giving like a 0.0125% damping factor. But after the reinforcement of a 2.8 reinforcement, it's giving around 0.038 about damping factor. And the second, we find out the use of this thermoplastic matrix in a field of MEMS centers, micro electromechanical sensors, which is used for stability and for the support. The support is designed from this thermoplastic, and the FEA study is performed on that, and the result of FEA study is shown in a second graph. That there is the improvement in a peak acceleration. With a reinforcement, it is giving an improvement in our the peak acceleration as compared to the plain thermoplastic. So these are my references, and Thank you, sir.
Sir, Pushparaj,
Sorry for the
Pushparaj, can you hear
interruption.
me?
Some slides are missed. Yeah.
Pushparaj, can you hear me? You have taken up a very good topic, new
Yeah.
topic also. But unfortunately, you are not able to, demonstrate it properly here in the platform. But anyway, I would like to ask you one important questions here. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah. Sir, it's because of my slides are some slides are missing
No
because
problem, no
it's
problem, no
upcoming.
problem. Now it
I
is
will try
over.
to.
Okay,
Okay,
now
sir.
it is over. I am just asking a question. Okay,
Okay.
can you hear me now? Can you hear me
Yeah,
now?
sir. Yes, sir.
So you mentioned about damping factor. You are able to increase the damping factor say 0.025 to 0.38,
Yes,
right?
sir. Okay.
What is the purpose? How the damping factor, increment in damping factor from 0.025 to 0.038, or 0.025 to 0.038, how it is going to be useful for a reinforcement material? How it is going
Yeah.
to be helpful? What sort of
Yeah.
accomplishment we get
Yeah.
with that much minimum increase in percentage of
Yeah.
uh, damping factor?
Okay. Mostly the damping factor is related to the damping. We
Only
are
only Excel is possible. There are many other waste products available. Can't they be
yeah.
utilized instead of Excel? This is my another
Uh,
question. Second question. Both
Yes,
this question you
there are
please answer.
there are first question I will answer like a damping factor. It's about damping means it is decreasing the our amplitude. The in less time it will decrease the amplitude because of most of the application stability. As I explained earlier, MEMS some support material is required where the stability is a main consideration. In that we are if we are damping is increasing, like it will decrease the amplitude in a less time. The frequency means vibration amplitude in a less time. This is the main use of our damping. And the second, your question is, can we use other materials? In this case, yes, we can use other materials. We are also doing our research on hair particles. The mostly I am saying about the particle. There are two types of reinforcement. One is a fiber-like reinforcement, as I explained earlier, and the second one is a particulate reinforcement. In fiber-like reinforcement, the internal structure changes. The stress we are calculating at every point, it changes. And in particulate reinforcement, the stress is changes in a other way, like it's related to the vibrational consideration. And in a fiber manner, it is related to tensile or hardness considerations are improved. And in case of this particulate matter, the like vibration properties are improved. We are also studying on our hair microparticles also. And in case we are taking materials which are waste material for our research.
Then you have to actually notify the physical properties of material improvement in a graph also.
Yeah, the
No,
graph is
you
shown.
need to have a graphical representation for that also. For physical
Okay.
properties, you have
Physical
mentioned physical properties like tensile strength, all these things. No.
Yeah, actually
Okay.
the that
Anyway, I will. Please tell me.
okay, that also one of the considerations. We are also studying that, but the paper is mostly related to the vibrational properties. So we are considering these properties also. The our we are also discovering the hydrophobicity of our eggshell particles also. That's also one of our research paper.
Okay, sir. Over to Dr. Premanand, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. So, Pushkaraj, could you please tell that the correlation between the damping and stiffness in your work?
The damping is related to, as I explained earlier, it is regarding the in less time we are decreasing the amplitude. And the stiffness is a property like I can tell you in simple words like a K factor. K factor we are using in a spring. That's the K represents the our stiffness, like a force applied upon the, K into displacement means force upon displacement. If you calculate, it is regarding the stiffness, and in a less time we are decreasing the amplitude. It's related to the damping. And these two factors are considered in our work. And that FA study is I represented is regarding the acceleration. Peak acceleration is decreased, which represents the stability.
Okay, yeah. Thank you, Pushkaraj. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Sorry for the interruption, sir.
Madam, any questions from audience? You can go ahead.
So we have one more, the last contestant left for today, Anamika. Can you hear me? Anamika, am I audible to you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You're audible.
Okay. Anamika, can you hear me? I think she's not there.
She is the part of analyst. She can do presentation, but I think again she is facing some network issue.
Yeah. We will wait for just 2 minutes. If we will get a confirmation from her end, we will continue, else we will wrap up the for the proceedings.
Okay, sir. Sir, this is Radha Ram Mohan. I'm having a problem with my camera. So that's right. That's the reason I could not open out my camera, right? Kindly pardon me for that. Okay.
No issues, sir.
For the
No
entire
issues.
session.
Yeah, no issues, sir.
Okay. Right.
I think she is facing a network problem again. She was facing the problem in previous session in the morning as well. So I think we should wrap up our session now.
So first of all, I would like to thank each one of you for joining this technical conference 2022. I feel great proud to say that this conference has been organized by our university in hybrid mode, held at esteemed campus of Dubai, Amity University. The university organizes such conferences to enlighten the young minds and promote the participation of students at all levels. It's a privilege to thank all the renowned speakers and delegates who took their valuable time and joined us today and be a part of this conference. We are honored to have you all here. Thank you to our Group Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Gurinder Singh Sir, Dr. Vinita Sharma Ma'am, Dr. Loveleen Gaur Ma'am, Dr. Naveed Sir, Dr. Shweta Nanda Ma'am, Dr. Varnika Ma'am, Dr. Priyanka Ma'am, Dr. Aditya Sir, and all the AIBS faculties for the continuous support for the success of this conference. Thanking our panelists, Professor Dr. S. Radha Ram Mohan and Dr. Premanand Prahlad Gadikar Sir, who made this conference possible with their opinions and views. I would like to thank all the student volunteers who work day and night for the success of this conference. I would also like to offer my regards to all the people who made this seminar functional in such hard times. Now, the results for this session will be shared in valedictory session tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very
madam.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you, the organizers. Thank you, Thank you for the management and organizers. Thank you very much, madam.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank
I
you,
have
Dr.
already shared.
Premananji. Thank you, Dr. S. Radha Ramohanji. Thank you so much for your valuable time and your inputs you gave to all the presenters. Thank you so much. And with
Thank you.
this,
Thank you, madam. For this yeah.
and with this, I would like to
Shall we take
your
leave, madam?
permission to close this session,
Shall
sir.
we leave, madam?
Yes, madam. Yes, madam. We'll take leave.
Thank you. Namaskar.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, madam.